So hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto was the vampire god and had Moka Akshiya as his slave? Naruto X Harem. Movie 2. TCH. Kito and Masato were defeated? Kuyu asked in annoyance. Yes, according to the reports, the one known as Akshiya took down Kito effortlessly. As for Masato, he was defeated by Naruto Uzumaki, but he did not leave the fight unharmed. He is currently in the infirmary getting treated from Masato's poison. One of the PSC members informed. It seems like the newspaper club will continue to be a thorn in my side. I guess they want a repeat performance of last year. Kuyu mused before he smirked sadistically. Then so be it. If they want to defy me, then I will deal with them, even if I must crush them with my own hands, he finished. Perhaps some assistance would be beneficial. A voice from behind said. Kuyu looked over his shoulder and raised an eyebrow when he saw who it was. You? What are you doing here? He asked. I've come to offer a little info, the figure said from the shadows. And what info you possibly give me? Kuyu asked almost sarcastically. You may be the police of the school, but even you can't dispose of a student for no real purpose. But let's just say one of the newspaper club members is human. It is clearly stated in the school rules that all humans are to be killed on sight. The figure said with a dark grin. A human, you say? Well then, it is my duty as leader of the Public Safety Commission to eliminate this human. Kuyu stated with a smirk. Newspaper club room, what the hell is wrong with you guys? An annoyed Jin shouted as he glared at the group in front of him. Omid, Yukari, Kurumu and Sukune sat there quietly as they listened to their club president. This is just great. Not only did you start something with the Public Safety Commission, you openly fought and beat up some members, he continued in frustration. I thought I warned you idiots. They're not a group to take lightly. They're very dangerous and I refuse to let Omid-san and Ura-san get hurt because of your reckless mistakes, he said as he pulled Omid to his side, who had a confused look on her face while the other's sweat dropped. Ura was the one who beat up the commission member, Kurumu deadpanned. Speaking of Ura-san, where is she? Yukari asked, wondering where the silver-haired vampire was. Ura-chan is in the infirmary with Naruto, Omid said, gaining the attention of the others. She won't admit it, but she's really worried about him. Naruto's in the infirmary. What happened? Jin asked curiously. Why do you care? He's not even a member of the club anymore. Remember? Kurumu asked sourly, causing Jin to flinch a little. He didn't like kicking Naruto out of the club, but he did what he thought was best. But still, I never thought I'd see the day Naruto was down like that, Sukune said, but on the inside he was thinking hard. The first day of school Naruto said he was human, but how could a human fight the way Naruto did on almost a daily basis? I know what you mean. He was always able to beat his opponents rather easily. I guess the commission guy he was fighting was really strong. Omid agreed, but she was really thinking along the same line as Sukune. But sometimes she thought she felt a bit of Yuki coming from the blonde, but just dismissed it, thinking it was her imagination. But then how could she explain the things he did which should be impossible for a human? Yukai Academy Infirmary. Naruto Uzumaki was currently lying on one of the beds in the infirmary, sleeping peacefully. Sitting on a chair by the bedside was Ura, who had a confused frown on her face. The reason she was confused was the blonde boy who was currently sleeping. When she saw the state he was in, she was worried. She couldn't remember ever being worried for someone other than her sister or mother. What's wrong with me? When I saw him I was frightened, even if it was only a little bit, she thought in confusion. Why was she frightened, and more importantly, why was she frightened for someone other than herself? Although Omid said it is normal to feel this way about a friend, and he is my first friend outside of family, she mused to herself before she heard the ruffling of sheets and some groaning. She smiled in relief when she saw Naruto waking up, but wiped it off before he could see. What the hell happened? He asked as he looked around the room until his eyes landed on Ura, and he smiled. I must be dead. It's the only way to explain this angel who has graced me with her presence, he said in what he thought was a smooth tone. To Ura it was plain ridiculous. I should have known that the first thing that would fall from your mouth would be something idiotic, she deadpanned. And I should have known the first thing you'd do is insult me. Naruto sulked as the vampire rolled her eyes. So are you going to tell me how you let yourself get beaten to such a state? Ura asked with a raised eyebrow, causing Naruto to grow a tick mark. Why the hell does everyone think I let that bastard do anything? First Kurama and now Ura-chan. Not my fault. How was I supposed to know he was some kind of super lizard thing? You mean a basilisk? She asked. Yeah, that. I've never even heard of those things before. How was I supposed to know they had insanely strong scales and super poison? Your lack of knowledge is not a good enough excuse. Ura scolded as she crossed her arms. Why the hell do you have to say it like that? It makes me sound like a complete idiot, Naruto complained. And you're not? She asked with a smirk as Naruto's shoulders slumped. You're so mean to me sometimes. Anyway, since I am still alive, I guess they took care of the poison? He asked, earning a nod from Ura. Alright then, so tell me what's happened so far, Naruto asked. Well, after you and I separated, I went to check on Omid and the others. As it turned out, you were correct. Another member of the safety commission was attacking Sukune and Kurumu. It was that purple-haired girl. Kito, I believe her name was. Anyway, Omid appeared shortly after me. Kito transformed into her real form, which was a Jirugumo. What's a Jirugumo? Naruto interrupted. Ura glared at him a little for interrupting before answering. Basically a spider-woman. She stood no chance against me, and when she realized that, she tried to beg her way out of a beating. Of course that didn't stop me from teaching her a little lesson about messing with me. Anyway, she said that Masato character you were facing was second in command, she finished. Damn, that means they'll be making their move soon. No way will they take the defeat of their second in command lying down, Naruto said with a sigh. So where are the others? He asked curiously. Most likely the club room, she answered. And you're here because, he asked with a raised brow. Someone had to make sure you were still alive, she said with a shrug before a grin found its way on Naruto's face. Ah. Was my darling Ura-chan worried about me? He asked, causing Ura to blush slightly before glaring at the blonde. I thought I warned you about calling me that. She growled as a dark aura covered her, causing Naruto to look at her nervously. Sorry, he said, hoping she wouldn't hurt him. Newspaper room. I don't get it. What is so special about you two? Ura is worried about Naruto, and the rest of the girls here are all over you, Jin said in annoyance as he pointed an accusing finger at Sukune. What? The human said in confusion before he found himself caught in a headlock by Jin. No good bastards. I should bring you to the police now so you can pay for your crimes, he said as he began to drag a protesting Sukune to the door. Hey, what are you doing? Stop it, Sukune said as he tried to free himself from Jin's grasp. Jin-senpai, what are you doing? Omid shouted as she watched the strange scene in front of her. Jealousy can make a man do crazy things, Omid-chan, Yukari said sagely. The moment they took their first step out of the door, they heard the sound of footsteps. Looking up ahead, they saw Kuyu and a group of PSC members walking towards them. This can't be good, Jin muttered as he watched them approach. Sukune swallowed nervously as he agreed with him. It looks like you were having some fun, Kuyu said as he observed the group in front of him. Unfortunately, we have some serious business to discuss. And what would that be? Jin asked carefully. You have raised your hands against us. Are you prepared to face the consequences of your actions? Kuyu asked with a smirk as he looked down at them. I think you're overreacting a bit. There was only a small disagreement between them, right? No need to do something drastic. Jin tried to reason. Hearing this, Kuyu snorted. A disagreement? 2 of your members have assaulted my own for no reason. For this, Naruto Uzumaki and Ura Akshiya will come with us to receive a proper punishment. What? But your members were the one who started it, Sukune said in protest. Keep quiet, Sukune, Jin said, grabbing a hold of Sukune's shoulder before he did something stupid. Kuyu looked at Sukune with a calculating eye that began to unnerve the brown-haired boy. It is possible that it could have been self-defense, and I do not have any unbiased witnesses, Kuyu mused to himself, bringing the hopes of the others up. It looked like their friends weren't in trouble, but their hopes crashed down with Kaya's next sentence. As for you, Sukune Aono, you have committed a far worse crime, he stated. What? What did I do? Sukune asked, shocked and scared. What could he have done to earn the wrath of the PSC? Sukune didn't do anything, Omid said, worried about her friend. Leave him alone. There's no reason to get him involved, Kurumu added. Kuyu spared them a glance before looking back at a nervous Sukune. The most important rule of Yokai Academy, No humans are allowed. We have received accusations stating you are human. Sukune Aono, you are to come with us. Kuyu stated as he stared at Sukune with a cold look. Sukune, though, paid no attention to the look. He was frozen in place. They found out his secret. How did they figure it out? Omid thought in fright, while the others just looked at them shocked. Could it be possible? Was Sukune really a human? What are you talking about? There's no way he's a human. No human can get here. Kurumu shouted in denial, but Sukune didn't hear it as he began to shake lightly. Kuyu ignored her as he placed a hand on Sukune's shoulder and smirked at him. You do know I have to bring you in for questioning, right? He asked mockingly. And I am sure you're aware of what will happen if our suspicions are correct, right? Get away. I won't let you do anything to Sukune because of some stupid accusation, Kurumu shouted as she moved between the two. She looked defiantly in his eyes but flinched when she felt a wave of Yuki. Move. He ordered coldly. What is this? It's unlike anything I've ever felt. She thought in fear as she unconsciously listened. Omid Akshiya, you are also coming with us. We have reason to believe you were aware of his status as a human. He said as a few members of the PSC went to get Omid. Looks like we've got quite the crowd here. A voice said. They looked to see Naruto and Ura walking towards them. Ura was glaring at the members who were near Omid while Naruto was walking towards them with his hands in his pocket and a bored expression on his face. What are you doing here? Kuyu asked, glaring at the blonde. He would like nothing more than to take down this blonde-haired nuisance, but as of right now he couldn't do anything without raising some form of suspicion. I just came to visit some friends. Although I am curious, I was the one who beat your little club member. Why are those two in trouble? Naruto asked as he nodded towards Sukune and Omid. The reason it's them instead of you is rather simple. We have no concrete evidence of who caused the altercation. For all we know, you could have been performing self-defense. As for these two, one is accused of being human while the other is accused for harboring said human. Kuyu explained, causing Naruto and Ura to frown thoughtfully. So they figured it out, huh? That's not good, Naruto said as he walked in front of Kuyu. So the only reason I am safe is because I didn't start the fight with Masato? Naruto asked. Yes, if you laid hands on him or any other member in a threatening manner first, then you would be joining them. He answered begrudgingly. Hearing this, Naruto hummed thoughtfully before grinning and nodding his head. Good to know, he said before he unexpectedly kicked Kuyu between the legs. Kaya's eyes widened as he bit back a scream before receiving a right hook to the face from Naruto. Everyone looked at Naruto disbelievingly with wide eyes and opened jaws. Not only did Naruto assault a member of the PSC, but he assaulted the leader. They looked from the fallen form of Kuyu to Naruto, who was smiling brightly as if he didn't have a care in the world. Of course the kid would do something like this, Kurama said, laughing at the scene in front of him before gaining a serious look. But still, that wave of Yuki earlier, it was so familiar. What is it? He thought to himself before his eyes widened a bit. Of course. Looks like things just got a lot more challenging for you, kid, he thought as he continued to watch what transpired. Gasping in pain, Kuyu got back to his feet, glaring hatefully at Naruto, his face red with rage. I gave you a chance, something I don't normally do, and this is what you do? You will come with us for assaulting a member of the Public Safety Commission and you will suffer serious consequences, Kuyu hissed. All right then, what are we waiting for? He asked before turning to Ura with a smile. I am going to go with these guys for a while. I'll see you later, Ura-chan. Ura just looked at him incredulously as she blinked in confusion. Seeing this, Naruto chuckled before giving her a wink. Ura looked at him for a bit before giving a subtle nod. With that, everyone watched silently as the PSC escorted a nervous Omid and Sukune with a cheerful Naruto following behind them, with Kuyu glaring hatefully at the back of the blonde's head. Once they were gone, the shocked newspaper club walked back into their room thinking about what just happened. To think he was a human this whole time. I can't believe I associated myself with him, Jin said, breaking the silence. What are you talking about? Don't tell me you actually believe that nonsense, Kurumu shouted in denial as she got into Jin's face. Normally Jin would have said or done something perverted since she was so close, but this was a serious matter. What if it is true? If there's even a chance of it being true, of course it'll be suspicious. Yokai and humans have always been wary around each other. Jin shot back before stepping back from Kurumu. If he really is a human, then we're all in trouble. He will no doubt be executed, but we might get the same punishment for harboring him," he continued as he slammed his fist against the wall. "It doesn't matter. We have to save Sukune-kun and Oma-chan," Kurumu said. "What nonsense are you speaking? This is Kuyu we're talking about. If we go there we're pretty much asking for our deaths," Jin responded in a cold tone. "What are you talking about? We have Ura-san on our side and Naruto ni," Yukari said. "I'll admit those two are strong, but right now Naruto is under Kaya's watch and Ura-san's power is sealed. If I remember correctly, Naruto is the only one who can remove it, and for all we know he could be dead," Jin replied. "I doubt he would let himself get captured just to die," Ura said as she spoke for the first time. The others looked at her confused, wondering what she meant by that. Seeing this, Ura sighed before she began to explain. Why would Naruto openly strike Kuyu when he was just told that the only reason he was not arrested was because they had no real proof against him? To get caught. He saw Omid and Sukune about to get arrested and decided to get arrested so he can watch them from the inside, she told them. The others nodded as what she said made some sense. But why didn't he just follow them without them knowing? Yukari asked. They would probably be expecting him to hide from the shadows. This way they think they have him under their watch when in reality they're under his, Ura answered. Although, I may be giving him too much credit, there's also the chance that he attacked Kuyu without thinking, she thought to herself before looking at Jin. Anyway, those fool have Omid. If you think I will stand by and do nothing while they have her, you are more foolish than I originally thought, Ura said before leaving the room. Hold up, Ura. We're coming with you, Kurumu shouted as she and Yukari followed the vampire. Wait, come back here, Jin shouted, but he was ignored. Once the door closed and he was alone, he slammed his fist against the desk in frustration. Damn it. It's just like last year, he growled out. If they keep this up, then they'll get wiped out like before, he finished in a more defeated tone. So that's your problem with them? A voice from behind said, causing Jin to whip his head so fast his neck almost snapped. His eyes widened when he saw Naruto leaning against the wall looking at him. What are you doing here? How did you escape Kuyu? The werewolf asked, shocked. I didn't escape, but I have no time to really explain, he said, confusing Jin. What did he mean he didn't escape? He was standing right here in front of him. So you're just going to let them go? Naruto asked as a more serious look took over Jin's face. I tried to stop them, but they wouldn't listen. It's their funeral, he answered. And you're going to sit here and do nothing? What can we do? I already watched this club fall from them. I refuse to watch it again, Jin said, looking away from the blonde. I see, pathetic, Naruto said as he glared at the wolf. You claim to care about the club and its members, but you won't even lift a finger to help them when someone stronger comes around. What's the point? Jin asked. The way I see it, you have two choices. You can stay here and watch as the club suffers again, or you can fight alongside your friends. You said you don't want a repeat of last year. Well, newsflash, Jin, it's going to keep happening until someone stands up to Kuyu and his goons. Think hard, Jin, and do what you feel is right, Naruto said before he disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving Jin to his thoughts. What should I do? With Naruto, Sukune, Omid and PSC. Looks like my clone talked to Arrow Mutt. Hopefully he'll be willing to help us, it would very helpful, Naruto thought as he regained the memories from his clones. Everyone in the club knows I am human now. What am I going to do? How did they figure it out anyway? Sukune thought frantically as he and the others were escorted through the PSC building. A dungeon? Why would something like this be here? Omid asked nervously as she looked at the prison in front of her. Let me out of here. I didn't do anything, one of the people in the prison shouted. I only disagreed with you safety commission guys. How is that a good enough reason to get stuck here? Bastard, let me out of here, another shouted as he reached through the bars and aimed to strike Kuyu, who gave them a bored glance. Vermin, you honestly believe you can harm me? He asked coldly as his hands were engulfed in blue flames before he launched a fireball at his attacker. Without so much as another glance, he continued on his way, ignoring the pained screams of his victim as he rolled on the ground, burning up. They watched this horrified, but there was something else that shocked Naruto. Those flames, they felt like Kitsune Bai. No fucking way. He's a Kitsune, Naruto thought. He replayed Kaya's actions and mentally cursed. Kuyu was able to generate his flames faster than he could, and he also seemed to have better control. Now then, let's begin. Kuyu said as he snapped his fingers, and before Naruto could react, one of the PSC members by him stuck a syringe into his arm. What the hell? Naruto shouted as he fell to ground. A feeling of fatigue washed over him. Naruto! Omid shouted as she and Sukune moved to help him, but Kuyu grabbed Sukune's shoulder, stopping him from movement. I do not know why you let yourself get arrested, but I will not let my guard down, Kuyu stated. So he noticed? Damn I. Kurama, can you flush out whatever he injected in me? Yeah, but it will take some time, the giant fox informed. Just do it as quickly as possible. Now Sukune Aono, there is a simple way to get out of this, Kuyu said as he brought his attention back to the human. All you have to do is transform into your true form. If you are indeed a yokai, then this should be a rather simple fact. What are you waiting for? Prove to me that you aren't human, Kuyu ordered as Sukune stood there nervously, knowing he was already in his true form, human. Oh no, this can't be happening, Omid thought, scared for her friend's sake. Fed up with waiting, Kuyu shoved Sukune into the wall hard. Why are you wasting my time? Just transform already, he said before he grinned darkly. Or is it true? Are you really a human? Unable to watch this, Omid ran between the two of them. Don't hurt Sukune, she pleaded, but she was answered by a sneer. Out of my way, he said as he shoved her away before he began to repeatedly kick and stomp on Sukune. What are you waiting for? Do it already, transform, he said between blows. Damn it, Kurama, hurry the hell up. Sukune's getting the shit beat out of him and all I can do is watch, Naruto yelled mentally. Shut up, Kit. This ain't like the shit back in the elemental countries that target humans. This shit targets yokai, so it's more resistant to my Yuki, Kurama shot back. Is this how I am going to die? Sukune thought to himself, his body wrapped in pain. Quit it, Kuyu. Touch him again and I'll kill you, Naruto shouted as her tried to get up. Seeing this, Kuyu smirked as he looked down on the blonde. It looks like the tranquilizer we gave you worked rather nicely. I normally wouldn't take such a precaution, but you did take down Masato, he said as we walked towards him before picking him up by the scruff of his shirt. You won't be able to move for some time, so why don't you just sit there and enjoy the show? We're lucky this one liked to talk so much. Go for it, Kit, the last of that tranquilizer shit is gone, Kurama informed, causing Naruto to grin. Why sit when I can join in? Naruto shouted, punching Kuyu straight in the jaw. Free from his grasp, he followed with a knee to the gut and a straight punch to the face that sent Kuyu flying through the wall. Naruto easily disposed of the two other members who were around before turning to Omid. Omid-chan, watch over Sukune while I take care of this guy, Naruto said as he jumped through hole he made. Come on, Kuyu, let's get wild, Naruto said as his pupils turned into slits. Uzumaki, you have been a thorn in my side for too long. Today I will end you. An enraged Kuyu growled as his hands became engulfed in flames. Shadow clone technique, Naruto said, creating 4 clones of himself. An interesting move, but it will not save you, Kuyu said as he launched a fireball at them. The clones scattered as they dodged the flames before launching a handful of shuriken. Shadow shuriken technique, they said in unison as the shuriken multiplied. Seeing this, Kuyu merely scoffed. How foolish, he said as he waved his arm, creating a barrier of flames. Heat melted the shuriken before they could reach him. Wind release. Air bullet, he heard as his flames dispersed, and before he could react it, he felt himself get slammed by pressurized air. Grunting in pain, he stepped to the side to avoid a kick from Naruto as he sent a wave of fire. The moments the flames touched him, Naruto burst into smoke. Too bad that wasn't the real one, he heard before he was simultaneously hit by a lariat and a knee to the stomach. You're good but not good enough, Kuyu grunted as he surrounded himself with fire that caused the 2 Narutos to hit him to dispel. Let's see if this is good enough. Odama Rasengan, the reaming 2 Narutos said as they charged at him, a large blue sphere in between them. An interesting move. Would you mind if I borrow it? Kuyu asked as he created a body-sized fireball in his hand. Using his Yuki, he began to mold and compress the fire until it was about the same size as Naruto's Odama Rasengan. Glaring at each other, the two slammed their attacks into the others, resulting in a large explosion. With Omid and Sukune, don't worry Sukune. We'll get you out of here and everything will be okay, Omid said, looking at her fallen friend. How cute. You honestly think you can make it out here alive? A voice from the shadows said. Omid looked up and her eyes widened when she saw who it was. Ishigami-sensei. What are you doing here? She asked as her former art teacher walked by. It was your fault. If you and the rest of the newspaper club minded your own business, you would have joined my art collection and I would still be able to expand it, she said. You're blaming us because you got caught doing something wrong? Omid asked. Kuyu will destroy your little blonde friend, so I guess he'll take care of you too, she said, ignoring her question as her hair transformed into snakes. The snakes launched towards them, but before they could reach them they fell to the ground, split in half. What? Ishigami said in surprise. Looks like you two could use some help, Kurumu said as he stood between them in her succubus form. Kurumu-chan, Omid said in glee as she saw her friend her to help. Her happiness grew when she saw Ura and Yukari also walking into the room. Yukari was smiling when she saw Tem while Ura kept her usual stern expression, but her eyes softened when she saw Omid. What are you doing here? Ishigami hissed. Isn't it obvious? We're here to help our friends, Kurumu told her. It won't do them much good. You'll all meet the same fate in the end, Ishigami said as she glared at them. Are you sure you want to start something? You're terribly outnumbered here, Jin said as he casually walked into the room. What are you doing here? Kurumu asked, surprised. The last time they saw him he was dead set on not getting involved. Jin chose not to answer the question, but they could hear him muttering something about no good righteous blondes. This isn't good. They have too many on their side, Ishigami thought. He'll have to find a way to escape. At that moment one of the walls was destroyed by a powerful explosion from the other room. They turned towards it to see what happened and watched as Naruto soared through the air until he crashed onto the ground. Damn bastard, copying my move. Doesn't even have a fucking Sharingan, Naruto muttered as he felt Kurama's Yuki beginning to heal his burn injuries. Are you alright, Naruto? He heard someone say. He opened his eyes to see Ura looking at him. Although she hid it well, he could still see a bit of worry in her eyes. Hey Ura-chan, what are you doing here? I thought I was supposed to visit you after I dealt with these guys, he asked. Did you honestly think I would stand by and let you do all the fighting? Please, like I would let you have all the fun, she said with a smirk. Hey man, you look like shit, Jin said as he walked over to them. Maybe, but I am still better looking than you, Naruto shot back, causing a tick mark to form on Jin's head, but before he could retort Naruto spoke again. So you decided to fight? Yeah, I decided to fight alongside my friends instead of doing nothing, he answered. Good answer. If you chose anything else I would have kicked your ass, Arrow Mutt, Naruto said as another tick mark grew on Jin's head. So the whole gang's here? They heard another voice said. They turned to see an injured Kuyu walking through the remains of the wall. Damn, Naruto was able to fight Kuyu to this extent? Jin thought, surprised. What are you doing here, Jin? Don't you remember what happened last time? Yes, and that's why I am going to fight back, Jin said as he began to transform. I refuse to let you harm my friends again. And with great speed he unleashed a barrage of blows under a second. The others watched shocked. While they knew he was fast, they didn't know he could fight like this. After his assault, Kuyu hit the ground before returning to his human form. That was for last year's club, Jin stated. He was about to walk back to the room when a large wave of Yuki filled the room and the temperature began to rise. Jin jumped away when Kaya's body exploded in flames. What's happening? Kurumu asked as they watched the flames dance around until it began to take a form of what appeared to be an animal. Seeing this, Ishigami took this as a chance to escape from the others. Like I said, they will meet the same fate in the end. Kuyu isn't like their normal enemies, she thought as she went to find a safe place to hide so she could watch the impending battle. What is this? Sukune asked as the flames began to form the shape of a four-tailed fox. A Yuko. His true form is a Yuko? Damn it, those are considered to be gods? How can we stop something like this? Jin said as he recognized the creature in front of them. I will deal with you fools later, Kuyu growled before his gaze landed on a completely healed Naruto. But first I will deal with you, Uzumaki. He has 4 tails. God damn it, this just got a whole lot tougher. Naruto swore in his mind before grabbing Yura's Rosario. With a quick tug he pulled it off as her vampire features took over and her Yuki was unsealed. Looks like he'll have to go all out, he thought to himself. No more hiding, huh? You know your friends will have some questions, especially the silver-haired one. Kurama pointed out. Yeah, but it's better than listening to this guy run his mouth, Naruto said, causing Kurama to chuckle. Got that right. Okay then kid, go ahead and show him which fox is the alpha around here. You wanna get serious? Alright then let's go, Naruto said as he released a wave of his Yuki. The others watched in slight anticipation as his features began to change. This would be the first time they would see Naruto's true form. His pupils turned into slits as his whisker marks become darker and thicker. His teeth became sharper until they more canine-like as his hands resembled claws. His hair grew a bit longer and wilder as they covered his ears before a pair of crimson fox ears took their place and a matching crimson foxtail appeared behind him. Naruto is a Yuko too. Jin, Yukari and Kurumu thought in surprise. What's going on? I thought he was human, Omid and Sukune thought in shock and confusion. I knew he was hiding something. He has a lot of explaining to do when this is over, Ura thought with a frown. Ha! I'll admit I am a bit surprised that you're a Yuko like me. But you should understand that you have no hope against me. You only have one tail while I have four. Kuyu declared, but the blonde seemed unfazed. Well, are you guys going to stand there or are you going to fight with me? Naruto asked. The others blinked before Ura smirked and walked up until she stood by Naruto's side. Like I said before, I refuse to let you have all the fun, she said, getting into a fighting stance. Man, this is such a pain. But I can't let my members fight alone, Jin said as he transformed into his werewolf form. TCH. So you are going to stick together till the end? How noble. Kuyu scoffed as he brought the tips of his tails together. He's concentrating a lot of Yuki into the tips of his tails. He's up to something, Jin thought in trepidation. Better get ready, Kit. He's about to do something big, Kurama warned. I am on it, Naruto answered as he concentrated his Yuki into his hands as they began to heat up until they were engulfed in blue flames. Hazy rolling flame, Kuyu said as he fired a spinning disc of fire. Great blaze impact, Naruto said as he slammed his hands together, firing a large fireball. The two fire attacks collided, creating an intense explosion of heat. He only has one tail and yet he was able to match my attack, Kuyu thought. So focused on that he didn't notice Ura sneak up to his left until he felt a powerful roundhouse kick crashing into his skull. After hitting the ground, he tried to get up until to be in the receiving end of a barrage of blows by Jin. Hey Jin, throw him this way, Naruto called out. Doing what he was told, Jin grabbed Kuyu by his leg and threw him towards Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto created a shadow clone, which shocked the others. The clone grabbed the real one and began spinning in a circle. After building up enough momentum, he threw the original towards Kuyu. High-speed Rasengan, he said as the two crashed into each other, the blue orb slamming into Kaya's gut. Kuyu screamed as he crashed through the wall. They did it, Kurumu cheered with a smile as Yukari cheered. Isn't this great, Sukune? We're safe now, Omid said, just as happy the others. Yeah. Sukune agreed with a small smile. Despite the trouble he brought his friends, they still stuck by him. Looks like it's over, Jin said, transforming back to his human form with a relieved smile, but Ura and Naruto were far from relieved. I have heard tales of Yukos before. I did not expect one to go down this easily, Ura thought with a frown. You do know he's not down yet, don't you? Kurama asked. Yeah, but I can't just go charging after him. That could be what he wants. Still, he should be pretty injured, Naruto answered before he felt a large spike of Yuki causing his eyes to widen. Hazy rolling flame, Kaya's voice said as a large disc of fire shot through the destroyed wall and head straight towards Ura, who was the closest. Her eyes widened as she mentally cursed. She didn't have enough time to doge and she knew this would hurt a lot. Not good, Naruto thought as he watched the attack head straight towards Ura. Without even thinking, he quickly went through a series of hand seals. Ura-chan! Omid shouted in fear as she watched the flames engulf her sister. Tears began to swell up in her eyes until she heard a familiar voice. How did I get here? A confused voice asked. They turned to see Ura perfectly fine as looked around herself in confusion. The others blinked at the sight before turning towards the dancing flames of Kaya's attack, wondering what happened. Fuck, that really hurt, they heard a pained voice say as the fire and smoke cleared to reveal a badly injured Naruto. Okay. Four-tailed Yuko are pretty strong. He thought to himself, trying to get up but found it too difficult. Kuyu must have used a lot of Yuki. This attack was much stronger than his first. Naruto, Ura said in shock. One moment she was about to get hit by Kaya's attack, but next she finds herself out of harm's way while Naruto is lying on the ground. But then her eyes widened a bit when she realized what happened. Could he have used one of his shinobi tricks to switch places with me? She thought to herself. It was the only answer she could think of that made sense, and it was defiantly something Naruto would do for his friends. Now this was unexpected. I was aiming for the vampire, but I hit you instead. No matter, you were the biggest obstacle here anyway. Now that you're down, it just makes this easier. They heard Kuyu said, followed by the sound of footsteps. They looked towards the torn down wall, waiting for Kuyu to walk through. When they did, they were surprised at what they saw. Kaya's form had drastically changed. Instead of four-tailed Yuko standing there, they saw a more humanoid version of one with unique tribal markings on his upper body. You should feel honored. I rarely use this form to take down my opponents. In fact, I've only used this form once to reduce my opponent to nothing but ashes, he said smugly. His strength, it increased so much compared to his last form, Jin thought through gritted teeth. Now then, who's next? Kuyu asked darkly. What are we going to do? Not only did this guy get stronger, but Naruto's down, Kurumu said nervously. I don't know, Omid said as she felt some tears falling down her cheeks. Naruto was one of her first friends and such a strong person. She had never seen him in such a state. Kuyu watched the group and reveled in the fear he could feel from him. The only ones who could give him a challenge would be Ura and Jin, and even then they couldn't do much. They may have been S-class yokai, but he was a Yuko, a god amongst the yokai. He took another glance at the blonde and frowned when he saw some movement. He should be dead from the amount of strength he put into that last attack. It looks like the bastard was more stubborn than he gave him credit for. I could leave you like you were, but you have given me such grief in the short amount of time that I knew you, he said, walking towards his prone form, creating a ball of fire the palm of his hands. I gave you fair warning, but you chose to stick your nose where it doesn't belong, he said, glaring at him. He was about to launch his attack but was stopped by a spinning kick courtesy of an angry Ura. Stumbling a bit, he recovered in time to receive a right fist in his gut, followed by two kicks to his chest and face. I will not let you take another step closer to him, Ura said coldly as he glared at Kuyu. What's the matter? Is the vampire upset that I hurt her little friend? Kuyu mocked. As a matter of fact, she is. Ura shot back as she charged at the Yuko. She aimed another one of her kicks at him, but he blocked it with his one arm as he launched a fireball from his free hand. Ura ducked down to dodge the flames as she did a sweep kick that knocked Kuyu off his feet. He turned his body and used his hands to brace his fall and used his tails to whip Ura away. Growling, Ura began to pick up large pieces of rubble and threw it at Kuyu with all her strength. Seeing this, the Yuko just scoffed before waving his hand in front of him, creating a wall of fire that destroyed them before they made contact. Did you really think such a petty trick could affect me? Kuyu asked, feeling a bit insulted. Sidelines, Ura-san seems really mad, Sukune observed as he watched the battle between the Yuko and vampire. Despite Ura's impressive skills, it seemed that Kuyu was able to match her strength. Yeah. Her love for Naruto fueled her strength, Yukari added. Despite the serious situation, she was still set on getting those two together. Jin-senpai, why aren't you helping? Kurumu asked as Jin walked over to them, keeping a careful eye on they fight. As much as I would like to, I'd probably be more of a burden to Ura-san. I am not at full strength without the full moon, so I'd most likely get in the way, he admitted. It was clear that he wanted to fight but didn't want to put Ura at risk. He was a capable fighter, but he knew fighting someone like Kuyu with anything less than his best would be suicide. I really wish we could do something, but the only one who could stand a chance against Kuyu besides Ura-chan is Naruto, Omid said sadly, glancing at the blonde before she blinked in confusion. Everyone was so focused on the fight that they probably didn't notice it. She would have missed it herself if she didn't look. What's going on? She asked. The others looked at her confused before following her line of direction, and they were just as confused. A strange red aura began to bubble around Naruto as his wounds began to heal. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto groaned as he opened his eyes. Looking around, he found himself in a familiar sewer. Looking up, he saw Kurama looking at him with an exasperated expression. Why does this keep happening? No matter what you do, you always find a way to get your ass handed to you. Shut it, furball. If I didn't do that substitution, then Ura-chan would have fried. Naruto shouted in annoyance. It wasn't like he enjoyed getting hurt. Whatever, but I have to admit that Kuyu is pretty decent. His last attack did some real damage. Took a bit longer than I thought to heal you. Course had be nothing but a stain in the ground if he face me. Kurama boasted, causing Naruto's eye to twitch. Yay, I get it, he's good. I didn't think I'd need to use your chakra at this school, but I didn't expect to face another fox, Naruto said. How much you need? Kurama asked, already expecting this. I think a tail's worth of chakra would be enough. Naruto guessed, getting a nod from the giant fox. Alright then, but you'd better hurry. Your girlfriend's putting up a good fight, but all she's got is physical strength. Eventually his Kitsune Bai is gonna give him the edge and shall be toast. Literally. Kurama suggested. Naruto nodded in agreement, but he still scowled at the fox. I thought I told you, Ura-chan isn't my girlfriend, he shouted, causing the fox to chuckle. Funny, I don't remember ever mentioning her, he said, causing the blonde to blush. Before Kurama could say anything else, Naruto quickly left his mindscape to prepare for another round. Real-world Ura was mad. She cursed to herself, thinking that this was one of the worst days of her life. First, Kuyu, the bastard, decided to arrest Sukune and Omit. Seeing her sister, she was about to do something, but then Naruto does something to get arrested, so he could keep a close eye on them. Then she has to wait a little bit while wondering what was going on with them. When she finally lost her patience and left to get them, she finds Naruto and Kuyu engaged in a fight. Soon Kuyu reveals his true form, which is a Yuko, a yokai that was said to be equal and in some cases superior to vampires, her own race. Thanks to some teamwork between her, Naruto and Jin, they were able to get the upper hand, but then things went south, again. Although she knew it seemed too easy, she foolishly let her guard down, and even if it was only a second, it still cost them. Kuyu launched another one of his special fire attacks right at her, and she had no time to avoid it. Expecting extreme pain, she was surprised when she found herself safe from harm's way, while her friend Naruto was the one who took the attack intended for her. She could recall Kuyu and the others talking, but her sole focus at the time was her blonde friend. Her first true friend. The first person, outside of her family, who truly cared for her. Her whole life there was only 3 people who she truly cared for: her mother, her twin sister Omid, and her younger sister, although she could be annoying at times. That all changed when she and her sister ran into a blonde stranger that just happened to be attending the same school as them. At first she found him annoying and was content with ignoring his very existence. But as time went by, she found herself intrigued, for lack of a better word, by the blonde. Despite her attitude and strength, Naruto always treated her like he would any other person, and while at times it was annoying, it was also a bit refreshing. He never treated her like she was superior to him or him superior to her. He treated her like an equal, someone he could rely on, like a friend, and in time she treated him the same way, to the point where she could freely admit he was a very good friend. Perhaps she would even go as far as to admit he was her best friend. She was sure the only person worthy of that honor, other than Omid, was Naruto. And there he was, lying on the ground, twitching every now and then. He took the attack meant for her without a moment hesitation. She wasn't sure how, but she knew he was the one responsible for their switching places. After realizing what happened, something in her snapped. She felt such anger that was all directed towards Kuyu. He was the one who tried to hurt her sister and the one who hurt her friend. Without thinking, she charged at the Yuko, planning on introducing her foot to his face. The only problem was that Kuyu was a very strong opponent, and his control over fire was not something to take lightly. "Why don't you stay down?" she screamed as she hit him with a heel kick that pushed him back. Grunting in pain, he glared at the vampire. He didn't want to admit it, but she was proving to be as difficult as that damned Uzumaki. "If you miss your friend so much, then just join him in hell," he shot back as he launched a ball of fire at her. She was able to dodge the brunt of the attack, but still received some damage from the after explosion. "If you think those pathetic little embers will stop me, you are mistaken," she said, glaring at him. Although she mentally disagreed with what she said. Those attacks were anything but little embers, but she had to keep a strong front. "TCH. Trying to act tough till the very end, I see. You're only prolonging the inevitable," Kuyu said with an arrogant tone. Not liking his tone, Ura was about to make a comeback but stopped when she felt something. The room was suddenly filled with a feeling of dread as a malicious aura flooded the room. Scanning the room, her eyes widened when they landed on Naruto. His body was surrounded by a red aura that seemed to boil around him. The next thing she noticed was that his wounds were healing at an exceptional rate. She felt a wave of relief when she saw him getting up, but instead of standing straight, he was hunched over. However, there was one thing that confused her. As far as she knew, Yuko could only control fire and sometimes lightning as well. She had no idea what this red aura was. To her it felt like raw Yuki, but it felt nothing like the Yuki she felt him use earlier. In fact, it seemed that the Yuki covering him was responsible for this feeling of dread that filled his room. The aura soon began to transform from boiling bubbles to that of a fox from the top of his head to the end of his tail. He dropped on all fours like an animal and opened his eyes, revealing crimson eyes with black slits. His eyes roamed the room until they landed on Kaya's form, and he frowned. As much as I hate Kuyu, I have to admit this new form is pretty badass. Hey Kurama, why does he get a cool form like that when the only thing I get is a foxtail and ears? He asked, feeling a bit jealous. Why was it that the bad guys always got the cool stuff? Hearing this caused Kurama to scoff. What do you expect? He's a full-blooded Yuko. You were a normal hairless ape turned Han-yu. You should feel honored that you got the ears and tail. Kurama said, as if he should already know this. Whatever. Naruto sulked as he studied his surroundings. He raised an eyebrow when he saw Kuyu and Ura. Both showed signs of injuries and bruising. Looks like you guys have been busy, he said with a grin, as if he didn't get blasted from a wave of fire earlier. The others were shocked at seeing him perfectly fine, but Ura soon grew a small smile and shook her head. I don't know why I didn't expect this. He always finds some way to surprise you, she thought, amused. How are you still standing? That last attack should have finished you, Kuyu seethed. What did he have to do to finish the blonde off? I think you are just overestimating yourself. I mean, don't get me wrong, you're a pretty tough guy and all, but, Naruto said in a cheery voice before it grew more demonic. It will take more than that to keep me down. You can talk all you want, but there's no way a one-tailed fox like you can defeat me, Kuyu boasted as the tips of his tails met together, creating a spiral of fire. Hazy rolling flame, he shouted, launching a disc of fire. Seeing this, Naruto stood in place as he pulled his head back. Before the attack reached him, Naruto released a primal roar that was so ferocious that it seemed to shake the room. To everyone's surprise, the force of the roar was enough to put out the flames before they reached him. It was as if that roar was infused with this strange Yuki, Ura thought. Sorry Ura-chan. I know you like to fight, but I am going to take over now, Naruto said before he made his move. Ignoring Kaya's shocked expression, Naruto ran towards him and kneed him in the stomach. As Kuyu hunched over in pain, Naruto delivered an uppercut. He quickly grabbed Kaya's face and slammed the back of his head into the ground hard enough to make the floor crack. Hoping to gain some distance, Kuyu created a wave of fire around him that pushed Naruto back. It wasn't much, but it was enough for Kuyu to escape his clutch and back away. Spitting some blood out of his mouth, he glared at Naruto only to be on the receiving end of a heel kick. What's happening? Kuyu thought as he felt a kick connect with his arm. Where did this strength come from? He thought, getting slammed into another wall. Why can't I hit him? He asked himself, firing another fireball only for Naruto to jump in the air to avoid it and then hit his shoulder with a spinning heel kick. Why can't I keep up anymore? He asked himself as he punched Naruto, who sidestepped out of his way and fired 3 punches with enough force to break some of his ribs. How can he reduce me to such a state? He thought, coughing up some blood. Why can't I beat you? He roared as he released a large stream of fire, but to his dismay the cloak around Naruto seemed to be guarding him against the flames. I think the answer was obvious, Naruto said with a smirk as he cocked his fist back before it connected with Kaya's nose, making a crunching sound. Clutching what was most likely a broken nose, Kuyu glared hatefully at Naruto, who seemed unfazed by it. The others just watched in disbelief as their friend manhandled the PSC leader. The reason you can't beat me is because I am stronger, he answered with a shrug. Hearing this, Kuyu fumed. How can you say that? You barely defeated Masato. You only have 1 tail. How can you say that you're stronger than me? He shouted in outrage, causing Naruto to sigh. I keep telling everyone that the only reason the lizard guy was so hard was because I wasn't expecting his poison. It really screwed up my body, that's why it was so hard. Plus, I kinda held back a little. He said. If he used Kurama's chakra he would have destroyed Masato. As for you? You didn't hit me with that last attack. I let myself get hit in order to protect my friend. You may have 4 tails but it looks like it isn't enough to stop me. Naruto explained, but his answer didn't please Kuyu. If anything, it seemed to have infuriated him. Naruto sighed when he saw Kuyu charge at him in pure rage, leaving him wide open. Naruto clenched his fist and then opened it as blue and white flames surrounded his claw-like hands. The red cloak around him seemed to have combined with the flames, making it look more purple. Kitsunbai. Hunting claw explosion, he said as he slashed Kuyu across the chest, creating an explosion of flames on impact. Once the flames cleared, Naruto walked towards the fallen Kuyu, who seemed to be fighting a losing battle for consciousness. How are you so strong? He struggled to say. Naruto thought of the best way to answer that before he grew a mischievous smirk. He knelt down and spoke so low that only Kuyu could hear. I may have only 1 tail, but let me tell you a little secret. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, apprentice of the Kyuubi no Yuko. He said, shocking Kuyu to the core. Kuyu couldn't believe it. Uzumaki was the apprentice of the Kyuubi, a being considered a god amongst their kind. This newfound knowledge and the stress from the battle caused Kuyu to black out as his eyes rolled to the back of his head. Seeing him down, Naruto stood up straight as the red cloak around him disappeared. He turned to his friends and laughed at their expression. Everyone was looking at him with their eyes so wide it looked like they would pop out any moment now, and their mouths agape. Except for Ura, but the only thing showing her surprise was that her eyes were a bit wider than usual. So, anyone up for some dinner? Naruto asked casually, causing them to face fault, causing him to laugh, but he gulped nervously when he saw Ura looking at him with a glint in her eye. A glint that said, you and I have some serious talking to do. He knew he would have to tell them eventually, but that didn't mean he wasn't nervous. Oh well, he figured this was like taking a band-aid off. The quicker he did it the better. And with that he walked towards his friends, preparing to answer the questions he knew they would ask. Hey, did you hear? What? There's a rumor going around that Kuyu was beaten. What? No way. No, it's true. I heard about it too. Some of the students who were arrested by the Public Safety Commission were able to escape after he was defeated. But who could be strong enough to take down a monster like Kuyu? I heard that it was that Naruto guy. What? Uzumaki? No way. No, it's true. Plus, didn't you hear how he kicked Kuyu in between the legs in plain sight? Oh yay, but still, I can't believe it. Well, I can. I heard he's been able to take down anyone who challenges him without breaking a sweat. Apparently he fought Kuyu for trying to hurt his friends. Not only is he strong, but he's loyal too. Not to mention cute. Did you see those whisker marks on his cheeks? What about those eyes of his? They're so intense that just glancing at them sends a shiver down my spine. There were more comments like these, but they were ignored as Naruto Uzumaki walked through the hallway. He paid no attention to the gossip about him or the looks people sent him. He also did his best to ignore the lust-induced stares of the female students, but even he couldn't stop the shiver that went down his spine. Maybe the real reason Sasuke left the village was to escape his fangirls. He thought as he saw a couple of female students lick their lips as they practically undressed him with their eyes. Otagokure Sasuke Uchiha was practicing some katas with his sword when he paused. He frowned thoughtfully, trying to figure out this strange feeling he had. I don't know why, but I feel as if someone out there understands a bit of my suffering. The Avenger said to himself. He was about to do his exercises again when he heard a frightening voice. Oh Sasuke-kun. Where are you? He heard a feminine voice shout. Oh no. That's Karen. I better get out of here, Sasuke said. His usual stoic face replaced with an expression of panic. With that the Uchiha ran away, hiding in hopes of avoiding one of the most persistent female admirers he ever had. Yokai Academy. Walking by his side, Ura was silent as she thought about what happened lately. After defeating Kuyu, everyone entered the newspaper club room to relax and celebrate. But it was during this time when they began to ask questions and Naruto answered a few, revealing some interesting things about his past. Flashback. Naruto was sitting down watching what was happening with a smile. A worried Omet was fussing over Sukune, who was trying to calm her down with a sheepish expression, but Naruto was able to see the light blush from the attention he was receiving. He laughed when Kurumu tried to take Sukune away from Omet, only to get hit in the head with a bucket conjured up from Yukari. Using this as a distraction, Jin tried to steal Omid away from Sukune, but another bucket appeared out of thin air and nailed the werewolf in the head. So are you going to explain what happened earlier? He heard from his side. Turning his head, he watched as Ura took a seat by his side before looking at him expectantly. Blinking in confusion, Naruto shrugged before explaining. Nothing much to tell, really. I fought with Kuyu, took a hit that was meant for you. You fought him for a bit while I was down. I got back up and took over, then I kicked his ass. Nothing much to explain, especially since you were there. He said as if she should know. You know what I meant. Ura said in annoyance. The others noticed them talking and settled down, also having some question. Ni-san, I didn't know you were a Yuko. Yukari said while Jin and Kurumu nodded. The others had a different thought though. Why did you lie to us, Naruto? Omid asked in a hurt tone. She was very sad that one of her first friends had lied to her for so long. Hearing this, Naruto sighed, realizing he had to reveal some things. I wasn't lying, Omid-chan, I was really human, he said, shocking the others who didn't know this. You're human? Bullshit, we saw you transform, Jin shouted. If you were listening, Arrow Mud, you would have heard me say was human, as in I was born a full-blooded human, but that just isn't the case anymore, Naruto explained. And what is that supposed to mean? Kurumu asked. The others watched him curiously, wondering what he was talking about. What it means is that I was born human, but about 2 years ago something happened that turned me into a Hanyu, a human, yokai hybrid. He explained casually. They blinked a few times as his words sunk in, and when they did, their eyes widened in shock. You're Hanyu? Everyone but Ura shouted, although she looked just as surprised as they did. So that's what you meant when you said you were technically human, Ura said as she recalled his words the first day they met. Yup. I am technically human. Only half though, Naruto said with a shrug. Why didn't you tell us? Omid asked. I don't know. Slipped my mind, I guess. Naruto said carelessly, causing them to face fault. So now you know the truth. Sukune is a human and I am half human. What do you guys think? Everyone was silent for a bit, but it was Ura who spoke first. Scoffing a bit, she crossed her arms over her chest. What do you mean, what do we think? Nothing has changed. You're still the same blonde-haired idiot we've come to know, she said as if the answer was obvious. Ah, love you to Ura-chan, Naruto said with a cheeky wink and grin. It doesn't matter to me. Naruto and Sukune are still my friends, Omid said with a bright smile. Naruto ni and Sukune-kun have always been kind to me. I don't care if you're human, Yukari declared. Naruto never judged her for being a witch, so why should she judge him for being a Hanyu? It doesn't matter. Sukune-kun is still my destined one, Kurumu shouted as she pulled the human's face into her breast. Kurumu-chan. What are you doing? Omid shouted as she tried to pry the blushing human out of the succubus bosom. Well, you were able to come up with that brilliant transformation technique. You're all right in my book, Jin said with a perverted grin as he recalled Naruto's sexy technique. Hearing this caused the girls, except Yukari who wasn't there to see it, blushed as they remembered the mentioned technique. Shaking her head, Kurumu pumped her fist into the air with a large smile. Okay. Enough of this serious stuff, we just took down Kuyu. Actually, it was mostly Naruto ni and Ura-san who fought him. Yukari interrupted, but either she wasn't heard of. Kurumu decided to ignore her. So let's celebrate, she said cheerfully. Naruto shook his head with a smile as he watched his friends talk amongst themselves cheerfully. For some reason I have a feeling that you haven't told us everything, Ura said as she looked at the blonde carefully. Naruto shrugged his shoulders before looking at his silver-haired friend. True, I left out some details, but let's just leave it alone for now. I wouldn't want to ruin their happy mood, he said, gesturing to the rest of the group. He noticed Ura staring at him and sighed. Okay. How about this? Me turning into a Hanyu involves the Kyuubi no Yuko. Hell, I've even learned a thing or two from the furball, he offered, shocking the vampire. She heard tales of the Kyuubi no Yuko, who was considered a god amongst yokai. How did Naruto get involved with such a being? More importantly, how did he get away with calling it a furball? Ura continued to stare at him for a bit before nodding. Very well. I suppose you have answered enough, for now, she said as the two fell into a comfortable silence as they watched the chaos in front of them unfold. End of flashback. While she was a little disappointed that she didn't find out much, she was satisfied for now. After all, she couldn't expect someone to reveal their past all at once, especially if it was a painful. Definitely had some things that she rather forget about altogether rather than relive. So for now, Ura would respect Naruto's privacy about the subject and wait until he was ready to go into more details. After all, he would respect my privacy if I didn't want to talk about such a subject, she thought. Her musings were interrupted by the sound of giggling girls. She looked around and noticed that many, if not all, the girls in the hall were staring at Naruto with lust-filled eyes and would break into a giggling fit if said blonde even glanced at them. For some unknown reason, this bothered her as she unintentionally growled, releasing a little killer intent. Sensing this, the girls turned to the source and gulped nervously when they saw the dark look in Ura's eyes, although a few of the braver girls glared back. Naruto looked at Ura curiously when he noticed her change in attitude and wondered why she was releasing a small dose of killer intent. But thanks to his past experience with angry girls, he decided not to mention it in order to avoid her wrath. "Come on, Ura-chan. Let's go before we're late for class," Naruto said as he began to pick up his pace. Ura looked at him and spared the girls one more glare before catching up with the blonde. While the girls were grumbling something about a silver-haired bitch, a tall, bulky student was leaning against the wall with a large dumbbell in his hand. He watched the retreating blonde with narrowed eyes. "So he's the one that everyone's calling the strongest, huh?" he asked to himself before walking away. Later the day, as Naruto was leaving his class, he spotted Jin and decided to have a conversation with the older boy as they walked through the hall. "So how does it feel knowing you won't have to deal with Kuyu anymore?" Naruto asked with his hands clasped together behind his head. "It feels pretty good knowing that a repeat of last year won't be happening again, and I have you to thank for that. So what do you say? Want to rejoin the newspaper club?" Jin asked, hoping there was no hard feeling between the two of them from his past action. Naruto rubbed his chin in thought before nodding with a grin. "Sure, why not? Plus, Ura-chan would kill me if I left her alone with a pervert like you," he said, causing Jin to fall to his knees as a rain cloud appeared over his head. "Damn it. I could have had Ura-san all to myself. Why did I have to be a nice guy and asks you to join again?" he wailed as the rain from the cloud picked up. Seeing this caused Naruto to sweat drop. "If it makes you feel any better, you never had a shot with her anyway," he offered, only for lightning to flash from the cloud. Naruto laughed at the werewolf's stated before his senses went off. Turning around, he reached into his blazer and pulled out a kunai and held it towards someone's stomach. "Any reason you're sneaking up on me?" Naruto asked casually. The student laughed a bit before answering. "And here I thought you left your back open. It looks like you have some sense," the person said. Naruto looked at him, wondering who the hell this guy was. He was also wondering why he was holding a pair of dumbbells. "Do I know you?" he finally asked. "Don't worry about him, Naruto. He's just your typical muscle-bound idiot," Jin, who recovered from his earlier depression, said. "Watch your mouth, Jin," the muscle-bound idiot said before turning towards Naruto. "The name's Chopper Ryakishi of the Pro Wrestling Club," he said with smirk as he began to study Naruto with a calculating look. "So you're the legendary Naruto Uzumaki, huh? Well, you don't look like a spineless pipsqueak, but you still don't look like much," he said thoughtfully, causing a tick mark to form on Naruto's head. "And what the hell is that supposed to mean?" he asked, annoyance, but he was ignored. "So were you really the one who beat Kuyu?" Chopper asked. "Yeah, so?" Naruto asked, wondering why this guy cared. His answer seemed to have annoyed Chopper. "What do you mean, yeah, so? I've been aiming at the guy for a while now, and here I find out that some random students comes out of nowhere and beats my rival," Chopper shouted. "Rival? Did Kuyu even know you?" Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. "No," Jin answered, but Chopper paid no attention to it. "Who the hell do you think you are defeating my opponent?" he shouted in outrage. "It's not like I antagonized him or anything," Naruto defended. Actually you kind of did when you kicked him in the family jewels," Jin pointed out, but Naruto waved his hand dismissively. "That was all self-defense," he said. "Self-defense? Technically you threw the first punch at him," Jin shot back. "Geez, what's up with you? One minute you're happy I kicked Kai's ass and the next you're defending him," Naruto said, irritated. "Nothing, I just like making you look like an idiot, although you do a pretty good job of that by yourself," Jin said with a snicker. "Hey, I kicked your ass once, I have no problem doing it again, Naruto shouted with a tick mark on his head. Stop ignoring me, Chopper yelled out, causing them to turn to him. You're still here? Naruto and Jin asked in unison. Chopper's face started to turn red from anger as he glared at them. I'll let you go now, but here's a waning Uzumaki. Soon I am coming for you and I will bring you down. I will prove that the title of the strongest student at Yokai Academy belongs to me, Chopper declared before leaving the two of them. What the hell was that about? A bewildered Naruto asked. Don't worry about him. He's a little obsessive with strength. Once he hears about someone who could be stronger than him, he goes a little crazy. Be on the lookout, you never know when he could strike next, Jin said casually. Gee, what wonderful news, Naruto said sarcastically as the two of them continued on their way. Hopefully things won't get out of hand after last class. Are you okay, Naruto? You look a little tense, Sukune said to his blonde-haired friend. Am I okay? Hell no, I am okay, Naruto shouted as he pulled his hair in frustration. What's wrong? A worried Omid asked as she and Ura approached the two boys. Today has just been terrible, Naruto said as anime tears fell from his eyes. Who did you piss off? Ura asked with a raised brow. Hearing this, Naruto straightened up and pointed a finger at her. I didn't piss anyone off, it's everyone else that's pissing me off, he shot back. Why did Ura think it was his fault? He never openly provokes others to the point that they want to see his blood, right? Really? Ura asked, looking genuinely surprised, causing Naruto to face fault. So what happened to you? Sukune asked. First of all, almost every female in this school, student or teacher, has been undressing me with their eyes, Naruto said as he hugged himself, his body shivering as he recalled the looks that he had received today. Hearing this caused Ura's eyes to narrow and a low growl escaped her throat. She blinked in surprise when she realized what she was doing and hoped no one noticed. Unfortunately, Omid did and gave her sister a questioning look. Ura blushed slightly and looked away from her sister's look as the blonde continued. Second of all, I have myself a stalker, Naruto cried, surprising them. A stalker? They repeated. And worst of all, the stalker isn't even a hot girl. Instead it's some muscle-bound freak. Why won't he leave me alone? Naruto continued in despair. Can you please explain to us what has happened? Ura asked as she rubbed head, the others nodding in agreement. Naruto took a deep breath as he prepared to relive the hell he has faced today. Flashback. Naruto's day after meeting Chopper gym class. Naruto was currently in his class playing soccer. As he ran across the field with the ball, his senses went off. Quickly shifting his body around, he nearly dodged a dumbbell that was aimed at him. So you dodged again? A voice he recognized said. He turned to see the large figure of Chopper looking at him with a smirk. What the hell are you doing? You're not even in this class, Naruto shouted. That doesn't matter. I am here for my fight, Chopper declared as he ran towards the annoyed blonde. Piss off, Naruto shouted as he kicked the soccer ball as hard as he could. The ball nailed Chopper hard enough in the face to cause the pro wrestling member to fall. The ball bounced off his face and flew past the goalie. Goal! Of the students shouted as Naruto walked away. English class, oh man, that was so boring. Naruto groaned as he left his class. Who the hell is this Shakespeare anyway? He asked himself as a shadow loomed over him. To fight or not to fight, that is the question, the loud voice of Chopper said from behind. Naruto moved his head to avoid a punch before grabbing the offending arm and threw him over his shoulder out of the window. Leave me alone, damn it, Naruto yelled in annoyance. Did you see that? A girl asked. Kya, he's so strong, another one squealed. Naruto-kun, please wrap your big strong arms around me, another shouted as a group of girls began to surround him. What the? No, wait. Stay back, he shouted as he tried to escape their grasp. After some struggling, he was able to break free and ran away as fast as he could. Naruto-kin, wait, the girls cried out, chasing the blonde. Study hall, I hate math so much, Naruto muttered as he read through his notes. He was currently sitting at one of the library tables. Thankfully the librarian was strict, so none of his new fanfurls came over to speak to him lest they feel her wrath. How the hell can anyone make sense of this gibberish? It's just a bunch of random letters and numbers. Who cares about this crap? The only math equation you need to know is my fist plus your face equals pain, a voice said. Naruto quickly leaned back in his chair in time to avoid a right hook aimed at his face. He quickly flipped the table over and kicked it at Chopper, who punched it to pieces. Naruto used the table as a distraction. He quickly made a clone and went to action. The original did a sweep kick at Chopper's legs, causing him to fall back, while a clone pushed one of the bookcases so it fell on top of Chopper. "And stay down," Naruto shouted. He turned around only to be greeted with the annoyed face of the librarian. She brought a finger to her lip as she looked sternly at the blonde. "Shish," she said, causing Naruto to chuckle nervously. "Sorry about that," he apologized as he scratched the back of his head sheepishly. End of flashback. Why do bad things always happen to me? Naruto asked after telling the others about his day. The others could only sweat drop at his over-dramatic reaction. "I think you might be overreacting," Ura deadpanned. "You think I am overreacting? Do you know what it's like to be constantly pestered into some sort of test of strength by someone so annoying?" Naruto asked. Konohagakure Kakashi Hitaki was walking through the streets of Konoha reading his favorite Icha Icha. He was about to turn the page when he paused. I don't know why, but I feel that someone out there understands my pain," the copy nin mused to himself. He shrugged it off and was about to continue on his way when a loud voice stopped him. "Kakashi, my eternal rival. It is so great to see you on this most youthful of days," Guy said as the green-clad Jonin approached Kakashi. "Anyway, I came here to challenge you to another contest that will surely test our flames of youth. Are you prepared to compete in a game of extreme hopscotch?" the taijutsu expert asked as he did his signature nice guy pose. Kakashi lazily turned the page of his book before sparing Guy a bored look. "Did you say something?" he asked with an eye smile. "Curse your hip and cool attitude, Kakashi," Guy shouted as a waterfall of tears fell from his eyes while he fell to his knees. Kakashi just walked away acting like he never met the man before. Yokai Academy. After separating from his friends, Naruto went to the roof where he could hopefully get some peace. He closed his eyes as he got into a meditative stance. Mindscape. Naruto opened his eyes and found himself inside a familiar sewer. He stared into the giant cage until a single crimson eye appeared from the darkness. "What can I do for you, kid?" Kurama asked as the darkness from the cage vanished, revealing the large form of the demon fox. "Nothing much, though I come by and see how you were doing," Naruto said with a shrug. "Would you look at that? The kid really does care," Kurama said as he wiped a fake tear away. "Whatever," the blonde muttered with an eye roll. "Well, teasing aside, I got to say, kid, congratulations," the fox said, drawing a confused look from the blonde. "On what?" he asked, causing the fox to blink. "What do you mean on what? Didn't you notice?" Kurama asked. "Notice what?" Naruto asked as he tilted his head in confusion. Hearing this caused the giant fox to sigh. "I should have known. Do me a favor and transform." "Why should I? It's not our usual training time. Just do it," the fox said in annoyance. "Yeesh, no need to get all testy with me," Naruto said as he transformed into his Hanyu form. "Okay, now what?" "Turn around and tell me what you see." Naruto did as he was told, but he still didn't understand. The only thing behind him were his tails. Big deal. Wait a minute. Tails? As in plural? What the hell? He asked aloud, noticing he had a second tail. "So you noticed, huh? Looks like nothing gets past you," Kurama snickered. "Why the hell do I have another tail?" Naruto asked, ignoring the fox. "It looks like that fight with Kuyu was enough to get you to the next level," Kurama guessed. "Cool. Another tail means I am stronger, right?" Naruto asked with childlike excitement, causing Kurama to sweat drop. "That's how it works. Usually takes years to earn another tail, yet you do it after 2 years of your transformation. I guess doing the impossible really is your specialty," Kurama said with a grin, revealing a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. "So what's next?" Naruto asked curiously. "Now that you have another tail, we get to up your training. Hope you're ready for the next training session because now the fun begins," Kurama said with a feral grin as he imagined the torque training that he and Naruto were going to do. "Better get out of here. Someone's in front of you," he added before he and the sewers faded away. Real-world. Naruto opened his eyes and blue eyes met red. Blinking a bit, he looked back to see Ura sitting in front of him, looking at him curiously. The two stared at each other in silence before Naruto spoke. "Sup?" he asked, breaking the silence. "I never would have figured you as the meditating type," she said. "Really? You always complain about doing nothing in class. I would think that you were not able to stay still long enough to meditate," Ura answered with a shrug. "What can I say? I never learn anything useful in class. At least meditating relaxes me," he answered carelessly. Ura couldn't really deny that. She too felt that sometimes the school wasted their time teaching them things they would never need. "Anyway, forget about that. Check this out," Naruto said with a grin. Now that his friends knew he was a Hanyu, he had no reason to hide his true form to them, and he was pretty excited about this. He was surrounded by a red light that forced Ura to close her eyes since she was so close to the source. Once she opened her eyes, she was greeted with the sight of Naruto in his Hanyu form. There was one difference from the last time she saw this form. "You have an extra tail," she pointed out as she pointed at the mentioned appendage. "I know. It looks like that fight with Kuyu was able to help me reach the next level," he explained as his tails waved around behind him. The last Ura saw his Hanyu form, she was too engrossed in battle to truly notice, but now that she was able to study the changes, she found herself drawn to the fox ears on his head for some reason. Without even thinking, she reached up towards one of the ears and scratched it. She didn't know why she did it, but she felt compelled to do it. The moment she began to scratch, the effect was instantaneous. His tail swished around in delight as his eyelids drooped. He tried to fight it, but it was a losing battle. Unable to hold it in anymore, a low rumbling sound escaped his throat, causing them to freeze. "Did you just purr?" Ura asked with a fanged grin, her red eyes filled with mischief. "Of course I didn't. That was a growl." "Yeah, that's it, a low growl. Like a warning," a blushing Naruto said. "Does Naruto like having his ears scratched?" she asked as she resumed her scratching, causing Naruto to purr despite his protest. "I never would have expected this. It's kind of cute," Ura commented, but her eyes widened as she realized what she said. She just hoped Naruto didn't pick up on it. But unfortunately for her, it was Naruto she was talking about, so of course he heard it. At least that's what his impish grin told her. "Did you just say it's cute? I think that's the girliest thing you've ever said." He laughed as she blushed lightly while glaring at him. "And what's so funny about that? I am a girl, in case you haven't noticed," she shouted. "Oh, I know you're a girl. A very beautiful one, by the way," he said with a wink, causing her to roll her eyes. "But still, that was something I expected from Oma-chan. Not you. The only way this could get better is if you tackle me with a flying glomp like she would. I can promise you that that isn't happening anytime soon," she deadpanned. "Anytime soon, huh? Don't worry, I can wait," he reassured with smile. Ura just shook her head and sighed. Sometimes she really questioned her friendship with the blonde. Another flash of light and Naruto was back to his human form. The two sat together in a comfortable silence before they heard the door opening. "What's this? Here I am looking for you to fight, and I find you being all romantic with you, girl," the voice of Chopper said, causing them to blush. "I am not his girl. She's not my girl," the two of them shouted in unison with red faces. Inside Naruto's mind, Kurama smirked. "Yet," he said, causing Naruto to blush harder. "Whatever. Are you ready to fight?" the pro wrestler asked, causing Naruto to sigh in irritation. "For the love of, why can't you just leave me alone?" he asked in exasperation. "Why don't you just defeat him already?" Ura asked, crossing her arms under her chest. "I just want to be left alone, but this guy doesn't seem to get that," Naruto answered. True, he liked a good fight every now and again, but seriously, what was this guy's problem? Perhaps. But sometimes in the yokai world they listen to power instead of words, Ura said. Naruto thought about what she said and nodded his head. It made sense. "Fine, if it means I'll finally have some peace, then I'll kick this guy's ass," he said. "I guess I will be today's audience since you are his target," Ura said as she walked towards the side. "Lucky," Naruto muttered before glaring at Chopper. "Alright, you wanted a fight? Well, you got one?" Hearing this, Chopper smirked as he began transform. Naruto watched uninterestingly as Chopper grew twice his normal size. Once he was done, Naruto stared at him blankly before turning to Ura, who was leaning against the railing. "What the hell is he supposed to be?" he asked as he pointed at his opponent. "I believe he is a troll, a yokai that is almost all brute and no brains," Ura answered. I hope you are ready, Uzumaki. I'll finally show this school who the strongest really is, Chopper shouted as he raised his arm before bringing it down intent on crushing the blonde. Once his fist hit, it created a large explosion of dust as the ground beneath it cracked. Ha ha ha. How pathetic, and they had the nerve to call you the strongest, Chopper laughed. He honestly believes he was able to defeat Naruto that easily. How foolish, Ura commented with a smirk. You missed. A voice drawled as the dust cleared. Chopper looked and saw a bored Naruto standing next to his arm. So, that it? He asked. Seeing the way Naruto was treating him caused Chopper's face to contort in rage. Take me seriously, he roared as he swung his arm at Naruto. He laughed when he saw the blonde no longer standing in his original spot. That's what you get, he said with a grin. Do you ever stop talking? He heard from the side. Turning his head, he was surprised to see Naruto sitting on his arm Indian style. All right then, the sooner I finish this the sooner I can put this behind me, he said as he jumped of the arm and delivered a roundhouse kick to Chopper's jaw followed by 3 punches to his ribcage. Chopper stumbled back as he massaged his sore jaw. Huh. You're still standing, Naruto stated looking a little impressed. Guess you're tougher than I thought. Why don't you use of your fancier moves and be done with him already? Ura asked. I thought about it but I figured it'd be best to beat this guy with strength alone since he's so obsessed with it, Naruto said, causing Ura to nod. It made some sense even if she wanted this to be over with. Don't talk like you've already won, Chopper as he aimed a punch with his massive fist. Naruto jumped out of the way and over the troll. When he landed he kicked the back of leg causing the troll to lose balance before receiving a kick to the kidney. Getting back up he was on the receiving end of a knee to the face and a punch to the stomach, but Naruto wasn't done there. A right hook to the jaw caused a few teeth to be sent flying. An elbow to the top of the head causing his face to crash into a knee. Naruto jumped up to avoid another wild swing before hitting a heel kick against his shoulder. A right uppercut followed by a left palm thrust. He followed with 3 rapid-fire punches to his midsection and one final kick to the back of the skull before the troll lost consciousness. Naruto looked at his fallen opponent and sighed. Maybe I should have done this from the beginning. Oh well, at least hell leave me alone, Naruto said. Feeling better? Ura asked as she walked towards the blonde. Yeah, I was able to vent out some frustration from today, Naruto answered as the two began to leave the roof. So, should I tell the others about how much you like having your ears scratched? Ura asked with a smirk. After all the times Naruto teased her, it was nice to get some payback. Her smirk grew when she saw him blush. I don't suppose there's a way to keep that between us, is there? He asked nervously. It was bad enough Ura knew about it, but if someone like Kurumu found out too? He'd never hear the end of it. Not to mention Omid would constantly give him pleading eyes just so she could scratch his ears. Ura tapped her chin with a finger as she thought about it. I suppose I could keep this a secret, she said, but Naruto knew there was a but coming. But it will cost you, she finished. Ah, there it is. What do you want? He asked defeated. Some blood, Ura said, and without warning she jumped in front of him and sunk her fangs into his neck, moaning in pleasure when the luscious blood touched her taste buds. I should have known, he muttered, but he smiled nonetheless. Next day morning everyone, Naruto greeted with a bright smile. You seem to be in a better mood, Naruto, Omid said, noticing his happy demeanor. I may not have been able to get rid of my fangirl problem, but at least I took care of my stalker, Naruto said. Really? That's good, Sukune said, remembering how bothered Naruto was about it. Some girl was stalking you, Naruto ni? Yukari asked. I wish. But it was just my luck to get stalked by some meathead, Naruto said, depressed. You make it sound like you want to be stalked, Ura commented. I don't want it. All I am saying is that if it's going to happen it might as well be a hot girl, Naruto said as if it were obvious. I know I've said it before but I have to say it again. Idiot, Ura said as she massaged her temple. Anyway, who cares? It's over, so let's forget about it, Naruto suggested. Uzumaki. A voice that made Naruto pale called out. Turning his head in an almost mechanical fashion, Naruto was greeted with the sight of a grinning Chopper. You? What are you doing here? Naruto asked in a panic tone. He already kicked this guy's ass, what more did he have to do? I just wanted to say what a great match that was, To think there was a student here who can fight me on even grounds, he said. You call getting beat senseless even grounds? Naruto and Ura thought with a sweat drop. I just came over here to tell you that you better expect a rematch, he continued while Naruto shot Ura a look. You said yokai respond to strength, he said. They do. It just looks like he's responding in the opposite way you wanted. Ura said with a sheepish expression. My bad? That's all you can say. Naruto shouted. I'll let you rest up for today but expect another meeting with me. As of this day forwards you and I are eternal rivals, Chopper declared before heading off on his way. The others watched him leave in confusion before turning to a frozen Naruto who turned ghostly pale at his words. Naruto? Ura said as she poked his head, no response. Ni-san? Yukari tried as she nudged him a little, no response. Is he okay? Omid asked worried. I don't know, Sukune said. Eternal are rivals, Naruto muttered before he fell to his knees. The others watched him wondering what was wrong with him. Konoha Kakashi was walking around minding his own business when he felt something strange. It was the same feeling he had yesterday. It feels like someone understands my suffering better, again. Kakashi said confused. What was with this strange feeling? Shrugging it off he was about to continue on his way when. Why do bad things keep happening to me? He heard a distant voice shout, a very distant voice. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that was Naruto. Kakashi said before chuckling. That was ridiculous. Naruto was off at his school. Kakashi, my eternal rival. Are you prepared today's challenge? Let us fan out our flames of youth with a jump rope competition, he heard the loud voice of Guy. Damn it. I better get out of here, Kakashi said as he ran off. Where are you going, Kakashi? You're going the wrong way. I am over here. Hey Kurama, there's something I wanted to ask about, Naruto said laying down gasping for air. Today's training session was pretty tiring. What? Kurama asked looking down at his container. When I was fighting Kuyu he made a fire version of my Rasengan. Is it possible to add an element to it? Naruto asked as he recalled the battle with the four-tailed Yuko. Kurama was silent as he thought about it before looking at the blonde. An interesting thought. Chances are it will be more difficult than it sounds but the end results could be pretty impressive, the fox mused. Yeah, you know what? I am going to do it. I'll make an elemental Rasengan, Naruto declared. You have 3 choices. Wind, fire and Kitsunbai. What will it be? Kurama asked curiously. Naruto thought for a bit before answering. I don't have enough control to combine the Rasengan and Kitsunbai together so that's out for now. Plus with my Kitsunbai techniques and fire jutsu I have enough fire-based attacks. Guess I'll work on a wind Rasengan, he decided. Alright then, now that you've decided let's begin, Kurama said with a grin. The tiredness in Naruto suddenly vanished, the prospect of learning a new move renewing him with vigor. Yokai Academy. If you take alpha times beta from this solution the coefficient of x squared is based on equation A. The math teacher, Kagome Ririko, explained to her class as she wrote on the board. I can't understand any of this, Sukune thought as he took some notes. So who wants to solve this problem? Ririko asked with a smile as she scanned the room. How about you, Sukune-kun? What? The human asked panicked. Why did she have to ask him? Trying to say something he dropped his head in defeat. Sorry sensei, I have no idea how. My, it seems like someone has to pay more attention. If you want to daydream, then do so after class. Ririko chastised. Hi, sensei. Sukune said. Good, after all the semester test is coming up so we need everyone to do their best, she said with a smile causing the male students to blush. Sukune though, was having a heart attack. Oh no. I completely forgot. How on earth am I going to pass? Sukune shouted in his head as he cried anime tears. His thoughts were interrupted when the classroom door opened. Sorry I am late sensei, Naruto said as he walked casually to his seat ignoring the lust-filled stares from the girls or the jealous glares from the guys. I hope you have a good excuse for being late Naruto-kun, Ririko said as she crossed her arms. I do. I was on my way to class when I saw some birds entering a new birdhouse, so being the kind person I am, I decided to help the birds move their things into their new home, Naruto said with a grin causing the class to sweat drop. I see. Well then, if you would please take your seat, I can continue with my lesson. Ririko sighed. Nodding his head, the blonde took his seat as he listened to the math teacher's lesson, but the material soon went over his head. Eventually he just stopped paying attention and began thinking of ways to create his new jutsu. Omit-san, you have to help me, Sukune cried once their class was finished. You need my help? What for? Omit asked with a puzzled expression. After all the dangerous things we've been through, I just haven't had the time to study. I can't understand a single bit of this. A frantic Sukune said as he waved his math notebook around. Whenever I look at my notes, it's like I am trying to read another language. Please, Omit-san, I am begging you. Help me. The human continued. Seeing the state of her friend, the pink-haired vampire didn't have the heart to refuse. All right, Sukune, I'll help you, Omit said with a smile. Really? Thank you so much, Sukune said with such gratitude it caused her to blush. Well, if you want, you can come to my room tonight and we can study, she suggested shyly. Alone, with Omit-san, in her room? Sukune thought to himself with a blush on his face as a romantic scene between the two of them played inside his mind. So you two are going to study? Would you mind if I joined you? Another voice asked, although it sounded more like a demand. They turned to see Naruto and Ura standing there, Naruto with a carefree grin and Ura giving Sukune a hard look. After all, when it comes to studying, more people can be more useful, Ura added. If Sukune thought she would let those two stay alone in Omit's room, then he had another thing coming. Oh, of course not, Ura-san, Sukune said nervously as the scene between him and Omit vanished. Why is everyone so worked up? It's just a test, Naruto asked from his spot. It's the semester test. If you fail, then you'll have to go to summer school, Ura answered. Naruto was silent as he took this in before falling to his knees and grabbing both of Ura's hands. Please, Ura-chan, you have to help me. If I have to go to summer school, I'll die. I just know it, Naruto pleaded as he realized what situation he was placed into. Math was his worst subject. He refused to go to summer school, but in order to pass he needed all the help he could get. Ura blushed lightly at the contact but smirked when she thought of an idea. I suppose I could help you, but let's make things a little interesting, she suggested. Naruto looked at her warily. On one hand he was glad she would help, but on the other who knew what she would say. What? He asked carefully. Let's make it a drinking game, she said with a fanged grin. Hearing this caused the others to blink in confusion. They never would have thought Ura would suggest something like this. A drinking game? Naruto repeated. It sounded interesting, but where on earth would they get any alcohol at this school? Yes, for every mistake you make while we study I get to drink some of your blood, Ura said, causing Naruto to sweat drop. He should have known his blood would be involved in this somehow. That's a great idea, Ura-chan. What do you say, Sukune? Omid asked excitingly. Sukune took a nervous step back as he chuckled uncertainly. Did he have enough blood to meet the stipulation? All right, you win, Naruto said, much to Ura's pleasure. After all, if she was willing to help him, the least he could do was supply her with some blood. Hearing this, Omid turned to Sukune with an expectant look. He was trying to find a way to gently let her down, but he couldn't handle her pleasing expression. A few seconds later he folded under the sheer cuteness. Okay, he said, although he was crying on the inside. He prayed he wouldn't be drained completely by the end of the night. Great, the twins said in unison. What have gotten myself into? The two boys thought. Their train of thought was interrupted when Omid addressed Sukune. Don't worry, Sukune, I'll do my best to help you, she said with a smile so bright Sukune felt weak in the knees. Thank you, Omid-san, Sukune stuttered. Naruto turned to Ura expectantly. Seeing this caused her to raise an eyebrow. What? She asked plainly. Aren't you going to say something like that to me? He asked as he pointed towards the other two. Ura spared them a glance before turning to Naruto with a blank expression. Don't worry, Naruto, I'll do my best to help you, Ura said, borrowing Omid's words. But unlike her sister, her words had no emotion whatsoever behind them. That's so reassuring, Naruto said with a sweat drop. What's going on here? A new voice asked. The group of 4 students turned to see their math teacher Ririko approaching them with a disappointed look on her face. Ririko-sensei, what are you doing here? Sukune asked as the older woman reached them. Sukune Aono and Naruto Uzumaki, I must say that I am disappointed with you too, she said sadly as she shook her head. Hearing this caused confused the two boys. What the hell did I do? Naruto asked, scratching the back of his head. Did he pull a prank on her or something? You should talk to a teacher like that, Naruto, Sukune whispered to his friend. He had no idea what they did, but he didn't need Naruto's lack of respect to get them in more trouble. Don't you two understand the situation you're in? I've noticed that you have been having difficulty with my lessons, but instead of going over the material I find you goofing around with some girls, Ririko chastised before turning her attention to the vampire twins. As for you two, how can you just stand there and let them jeopardize their education? You should let them study instead of wasting their time like you're doing now, she scolded. Omid looked beyond shocked and hurt when she heard this. The thought of being the reason Sukune was doing so bad in school felt like a punch to the gut. Ura, on the other hand, looked at her sensei before rolling her eyes. Forgive me for the disrespect, sensei, she started, although it was clear she didn't mean it. After all, she was an elite vampire. Who did this woman think she was talking to her like that? But I find it hard to believe that my sister and I are responsible for their poor performance in class. In case you have forgotten, Sukune has been average grade-wise since the beginning of the year, so wouldn't it make sense that he had some difficulty either way? As for Naruto, well, just look at him, Ura said as she pointed to the blonde who stopped paying attention to the conversation a while ago. He was currently looking up towards the sky with a dazed look in his eyes, coming up with different ideas for new techniques and training exercises. She really thinks highly of her friends, doesn't she? Sukune and Omid thought with a sweat drop. Anyway, it's not like that, sensei. We weren't goofing around. I was just asking Omid-san if she could help me with my studies, Sukune tried to explain. Relax, Sukune-kun. You don't have to defend your little girlfriend. I understand what's going on. But still, she wouldn't be able to study. You would end up giving in to your temptations, and that would only distract you, Ririko explained, causing Omid and Sukune to blush, although Omid did look hurt when she said she would only hinder Sukune. Ura, on the other hand, glared at Sukune. He better not give in to any temptation if he wants to continue to live, she thought. If you really want help, then just come to sensei. I would be more than happy to give you some of my time to help you. The same goes for you too, Naruto-kun, Ririko said. Hearing his name being said, Naruto snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the group, causing him to blink in confusion. Omid looked depressed. Sukune looked nervous, and for some reason Ura was glaring at Sukune. When he looked at Ririko, though, he shivered. Although she hid it well, he was still able to see the lust in her eyes. Oh dear, Kami, that's the same look that those fangirls have, Naruto thought, terrified. So what do you say? Come to my class after school and I'll give you two some special lessons. I guarantee you will enjoy them, she purred, causing the human to blush and the Hanyu to pale. She's scarier than the fangirls. Sorry sensei, but I have to go. I'll see you later for the study help, Ura-chan, Naruto said before he ran away. He knew how some of the other girls acted around him, and he didn't want to stick around and find out how an older woman would react. Very well, Ura said a little too late. Naruto was already gone. Seeing this caused Ririko to narrow her eyes. You may have escaped me this time, but I'll get you eventually, Naruto-kun, she thought before turning her attention to Sukune. But for now I'll focus on this one. End of school newspaper club room. What? You have to attend Ririko-sensei's after-school lesson? Kurumu asked a depressed Sukune. I don't know how, but I got forced into it, he explained. Why is life so unfair? I wanted to study with Omid-san, he mentally cried. That's too bad, Kurumu commented. What do you mean? Sukune asked. I have her for homeroom and she can be a little weird at time. She's really passionate about teaching, but she can go a bit overboard, the succubus explained before she adopted an irritated expression. And she gets the attention of all the boys because she has big boobs. It really pisses me off. What's so great about her? Mine are bigger, she exclaimed, causing Sukune to sweat drop. Kurumu-chan is jealous of sensei's boobs. Who knew she was such a little kid? Yukari giggled, causing a tick mark to grow on Kurumu's head before she smiled sweetly. What are you talking about, Yukari-chan? You're the kid here. I mean, look at that flat chest of yours, she said pleasantly. Well, it's better than having those useless behemoths like yours. The young witch growled in annoyance. What are you talking about, you silly little girl? Mine are prized for being not only big but soft too, Kurumu said with a smirk. No one cares about that. Mine are prized for their youthfulness and supple smallness, Yukari shot back. What the hell are you guys doing? Sukune shouted with a nosebleed as he watched the two of them grope the other's chest. On the sidelines, Naruto and Ura could only watch this in disbelief. Is this really happening? Naruto asked incredulously. It really is, Ura said in exasperation. Honestly, why did she associate herself with these people? How in the world did they go from Sukune's study lessons to a discussion about breasts? Naruto asked in disbelief. I do not know, nor do I wish to know, Ura answered. Whatever, you're still willing to help me, right? He asked. I suppose, but I am curious. Why do you not seek Sensei's help? She asked. While she did not like that woman's accusations, she was rather curious as to why Naruto wanted her help instead of an actual teacher's. "'Cause you are one of the smartest students in our year. Also, I didn't like the way Sensei was looking at me," he said as he suppressed a shiver. What do you mean? Ura asked with a raised brow. She was looking at me like I was a piece of meat. I swear ever since I beat Kuyu I've had to be extra careful. If I am not careful, then one of these days one of those girls will rape me or something, Naruto said. Hearing this caused Ura to narrow her eyes. She had noticed that many of the girls have been fawning over Naruto. It was very similar to how the boys acted around her. The only difference was that she threatened her fan club to stay away from her, but Naruto was too nice to do that to his. Things were starting to get out of hand. It started out with them drooling and daydreaming of him, but some of the girls were starting to get bolder to the point where they jumped him out of nowhere. And she didn't like it. Ura had no idea why, but seeing Naruto surrounded by a bunch of girls who practically worshipped the ground that he walked on caused her blood to boil. Hey Ura-chan, you okay? Naruto asked, snapping his fingers in front of her. She blinked in confusion before she blushed lightly when she realized she had space out. Oh, sorry about that. She apologized. It's cool, I zone out all the time, but like I was saying, the main reason I asked you instead of Ririko-sensei is that I feel more comfortable around you than I do her. He finished with a grin. She didn't know why, but that innocent statement caused Ura to blush deeply. She quickly turned away before Naruto could see. I see, she said, wondering why she has been acting like this lately. She would have to talk to Omid about this. Hopefully her sister would understand what was wrong with her. Still can't believe Sukune got suckered in by Sensei. Naruto snickered. He did feel bad for the human though. He could tell he was looking forward to studying with Omid, but now someone stood in his way. It's his own fault. He could have refused her offer, or run away like a frightened child. Ura said, smirking at the end as she gave him a pointed stare. I didn't run away, I just didn't want to be late for my next class, Naruto said with a blush. Of course, Ura said, but it was clear that she didn't believe him. Once the club ended, Sukune was on his way to Ririko's office for his lessons. Omid decided to tag along in order to spend some time with her human friend before he had to go. Sorry about this, Omid-san. I asked for your help, but now we can't study together, a dejected Sukune said as they walked up the stairs. Don't worry about it, Sukune, Omid said with a fake smile as she was feeling conflicted. I want to help Sukune, but what if Ririko-sensei is right? What if I only distract him? Omid thought to herself with a frown. Despite that, I am still going to work hard. That way you and I can spend summer together, Sukune said with a smile that caused Omid to blush. He wants to spend summer with me, Omid thought happily. Alright, make sure you work hard, Sukune. That way we can have fun during the break, Omid said, feeling a little bit better. She turned and walked away with Sukune watching her before turning to the door. Even though I said that I still wish I could study with her, Sukune said to himself before opening the door. Once he closed the door behind him, he looked around the room and blinked in confusion. The room was filled with lit scented candles. Ririko-sensei. It's Sukune Aono. I am here for the after-school lessons, Sukune called out. Oh good, you're here. He heard the voice of his sensei say. He turned around, but his face turned crimson red as soon as he saw his sensei. Standing in front of him was the math teacher Ririko, but instead of her usual clothes she was currently wearing a tight leather outfit that consisted of a small skirt and a top that showed off much of her cleavage. Why are you wearing that? A flustered Sukune shouted. Oh, this? I just thought this would help motivate you with your studies, she said innocently. Like hell, this is a motivation, Sukune shouted. This is a bigger distraction than studying with Omid-san. This is a little weird. Maybe I should go, Sukune said as he backed away towards the door. Don't go just yet. I am your sensei after all. I am your leader in education, which makes you my servant. So please stay put and we can start our lessons, she said with a sweet smile that made Sukune sweat. Ririko took a few steps closer towards him as he backed away until he hit his back against the wall. What are you doing, sensei? Sukune asked in a panicked tone. Next day, Yukari-chan, will you please help me study? Kurumu pleaded. No thanks, Yukari said with a pleasant smile. What? Why not? Kurumu whined. I don't want to waste my time teaching a hopeless case, Yukari said dismissively. What was that? Kurumu shouted as she glared at the young witch. It means you're too stupid, Yukari shouted back as she turned around to walk away. Not so fast, Kurumu said as he pulled some rope out of nowhere and tied Yukari up. What are you doing, Yukao? Yukari shouted as she struggled to get free. I am getting worried about the semester test. You are going to help me whether you like it or not, Kurumu said as she continued to drag Yukari away. She wasn't paying much attention, so she was surprised when she bumped into someone. Blinking in confusion, she looked at the person she bumped into only to smile when she saw who it was. Sukune-kun, she said happily. Sukune didn't answer her though, he was muttering something with a dazed look in his eyes. Sukune-kun. What's wrong? Kurumu asked, noticing his strange behavior. Again the human didn't answer. Instead he continued to mutter something with the same dazed expression. Why is he acting so weird? Kurumu asked, a little worried. I am not sure, Yukari said as she tried to hear what he was saying. Hey guys, what's going on here? Naruto said as he walked towards them with Omid and Ura following behind. Something's wrong with Sukune, Kurumu said as she pointed to the zombie trance-like human. Sukune, are you okay? Omid asked as she approached him. She was answered with quiet mutterings. What nonsense is he saying? Ura asked. A plus B, 2 equals a 2 plus 2 ab plus B2, Sukune said loud enough for them to hear. What? Naruto asked in confusion as he scratched his head. A plus B, C plus D, equals AC plus AD plus BC plus BD, Sukune said, still in a monotone trance. Why is he chanting math formulas? Yukari asked. X2 plus A plus B, X plus AB equals X plus A, X plus B. Was he always this smart? I thought he was supposed to be in the middle, Naruto said. To think you were this smart. I knew you were amazing, Sukune-kun. Kurumu squealed as she tried to hug the boy, but he just walked away, still muttering formulas. Wait, Sukune. Where are you going? Omid said as she chased after him. She cut him off by standing in front of him, clutching a notebook to her chest. I know that sensei said she would be able to help you, but I still wanted to do something. I made a notebook of strategies to help you study. I worked really hard on this, so I hope it's useful, she said with a smile as her cheeks flushed. Sukune only stared at her and the notebook as she held it out to him. The others watched confused. Usually if something like this happened, Sukune would be a blushing mess as he happily accepted it. Omid seemed to have noticed this as she gave Sukune a questioning look. What's wrong, Sukune? Aren't you going to take it? She asked her friend. Before he could say anything, the notebook was snatched out of her hands. What do you think you are doing? Ririko asked as she glared at Omid. She flipped through the notebook and snorted before tossing it at the pink-haired vampire's feet. I thought I told you to leave the boy alone. Your meddling will only hurt him in the end. Come along, Sukune-kun. Sensei will help you study, she said as she motioned for the boy to follow, leaving Omid, who looked on the verge of tears, alone. Before leaving, she spotted Naruto and smiled. Why don't you come with us, Naruto-kun? She asked as she drank his form in. Naruto kept his face passive, but he was beyond angry on the inside. She was supposed to be a teacher, and yet she treated Omid like she was nothing but a nuisance. It reminded him a little of his academy days with his teachers like Mizuki, who only saw him as a demon instead of a normal boy. Although technically they would be halfway correct if they called him a demon now, but that wasn't the point right now. That's alright sensei. Ura-chan said that she would help me study. Naruto said, causing the older woman to frown. I thought we talked about this the other day. These girls won't be able to help you. Why not let sensei be of assistance? She asked, trying to convince him. It wasn't working. No thanks. I am confident that Ura-chan will be able to help me, he said, causing Ura to look at Ririko with a smug expression. Ever since yesterday, Ririko has done nothing but get on Ura's bad side. Not only has she insulted her, but she also had the nerve to hurt Omit's feelings like she did earlier, and in front of her no less. Completely unacceptable. Are you really going to let him do this? Without my help he will most likely fail and will have to attend summer school. Ririko said as she looked at Ura with disdain, causing the vampire to scoff. My friend asked me for help and I have no problem with assisting him. Perhaps if you were a better teacher he wouldn't need help in the first place. Ura challenged with a smirk, causing Ririko to narrow her eyes. I am your sensei, you will show me respect, she said through gritted teeth. Why should she when you haven't done anything to earn respect? Naruto said, glaring at the teacher. He was really getting tired of her attitude. Naruto-kun, why would you say such a thing? Ririko asked, surprised. A sensei is supposed to help their students, yet you've been constantly degrading Ura and Omit, who by the way are at the top of the class, for agreeing to help us when we asked in the first place. Naruto said. Ririko was quiet for a bit as she tried to think of something to say, but sadly nothing came. I do not have to stand here and take this. Come along Sukune-kun, it's time for you lessons. Ririko said as she led Sukune away. Are you alright, Omit? Ura asked once the teacher was gone. Omit nodded her head as she picked up the tossed notebook. Why would Sukune just stand there and let her say such things? She asked with a frown. I am not sure. Something must be up. Naruto said. There was no way Sukune would just stand there and do nothing while someone hurt Omit, whether it be physically or emotionally. The boy cared more for her well-being than his own. Now that I think about it, some weird things have been happening lately, Yukari said, drawing attention to herself. What kind of things, Yukari-chan? Kurumu asked. There are some boys you have been taking Ririko-sensei's lessons. It's true that they become really smart at such a short period of time, but they act all weird now. Yukari explained. What kind of weird? Naruto asked. They act like they're her servant or something, the young witch answered. Servant? Omid asked as she remembered the dazed look in Sukune's eyes. That matches up with Sukune. He's like a mindless zombie right now, Naruto stated. True, and it started after his lesson with that woman. Ura added with a frown. Just another reason to not like her. If that's true, then Sukune's in trouble, Omid exclaimed. That boy always finds a way to get himself in trouble, Naruto sighed. Like you're one to talk, Ura said with a smirk. Okay, I get it. I attract unwanted attention at times, but we can focus on that later. We have mindless drone to rescue. Naruto said, causing the others to sweat drop at his lack of tact. With Ririko and Sukune, shall we begin? Ririko asked as she stripped from her teaching clothes, revealing the same leather outfit from the other day. Mo-te, Sukune mumbled. What was that? Oh, Mo-te, san, he repeated, causing the math teacher to frown. Such a difficult student. I thought I told you to forget about her. Just listen to everything sensei say and everything will be fine, she told him. But I think the real problem here is Omid-san. It looks like we'll have to repeat yesterday's lesson. Ririko continued as her lower body began to change into that of a snake's. The end of her tail split open and latched itself onto Sukune's head. Now just sit still. I'll send the knowledge into your mind and soon you'll forget all about that pesky pink-haired girl. Just remember, I am doing what's best for you, she said with a smile as she began to transfer different mathematical facts into the human's mind. She was only able to do this for a few seconds before the door burst opened. Stop it! A voice shouted, startling her. Looking over her shoulder, she sneered when she saw Omid was the one who interrupted her, Naruto and Ura by her side. What's going on here? What are you doing to Sukune? Omid demanded. It's you two again. I am really getting tired of you getting in my way. She spat as she glared at the two vampires, causing Omid to look apprehensive while Ura looked uninterested. I see Naruto-kun has joined you as well, or did you come here for sensei's help? She asked as she gave him a flirtatious smile, causing Ura's eye to twitch. Naruto remained silent as he looked over her form before speaking. "Aren't you a little too old to be wearing something like that?" he asked, pointing to her leather outfit. "What do you mean too old? I am only 24, Ririko shouted. In the wiki it didn't give a specific number, it just said she was in her 20s. "What?" Naruto asked, looking genuinely shocked before muttering under his breath. "The years have not been kind to you." "What was that?" Ririko snapped as Ura snickered. "Nothing," Naruto said, raising his hands up in defense. "Are you saying I am old?" Ririko asked through gritted teeth. No, I am just saying you look old," Naruto answered, causing a tick mark to form on the math teacher's head, her face turning red with rage. Ura tried, but she couldn't take it. She may have only talked to this teacher for 2 days, but she really annoyed Ura to no end, and seeing her like this made her lose her control. So for the first time in years Ura laughed. It wasn't a cruel mocking laugh but a genuine one. Naruto blinked at this at first before smiling. This was the first time he ever heard the silver-haired vampire laugh, and he rather liked the sound. "What a nice sound. You should laugh more often, Ura-chan," Naruto said as she regained her breath, cheeks slightly flushed. "We don't have enough time for your teasing, but I must thank you. It's been a while since I laughed like that," Ura said with a small smile, causing Naruto to blush. "No problem. But I am warning you, I really like that sound, so I'll be working hard to get you to laugh again," Naruto said with a grin. Ura just shook her head, but the smile was still in place. "I am still here," Ririko shouted in annoyance. First they call her old and now they ignore her? She would make them pay. "Oops," Naruto said as he scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Ura on the other hand gave her a blank look and shrugged. "And?" she asked. Did this woman expect her to care of something? Omid could only sweat drop at the scene. Despite the serious situation, those two still continued with their usual antics. Although she had to admit she was rather surprised to hear Ura laughing. It's been what felt like forever since she heard her sister laugh. "I've had enough of you mocking me," Ririko screamed as she swung her tail at them. Naruto quickly grabbed Omid as he and Ura jumped out of the way to avoid getting hit. The tail passed them, hitting the floor, instead cracking it on impact. "What is she anyway?" Naruto asked as he set Omid down. "She is a lamia, a creature that is able to control the mind of others. Do not let yourself get bitten by that mouth at the end of her tail, or else you will fall under her control," Ura explained. "I am really glad I decided to skip her lessons," Naruto said as he watched saliva drip from the mouth at the end of her serpent-like tail. "Everything I do is for the good of my students. I will not let you destroy all my hard work because of your petty reasons." "The safety of our friend is a petty reason?" Naruto asked, glaring at the teacher, but she paid no attention to it as she turned towards Sukune. "Look at Sukune-kun here. He trusted his sensei and now he has all the knowledge he needed and more. This is the true bond between a sensei and their student," she said with a smile as she cupped the human's cheek. "Oi, he's your student. Can't you get fined or fired for this kind of thing? It's practically sexual harassment," Naruto said as he pointed at the two of them. "Now is not the time for you to say such things. We have to watch out lest she takes over our mind," Ura warned, although she inwardly agreed. Ririko was rather touchy for a teacher. Omid, though, wasn't paying attention to their conversation. The only thing she could focus on was the woman who was manipulating her friend. She didn't even think, she simply acted. She clutched the notebook that she made for Sukune and threw it with all her strength, nailing Ririko in the face. "Stop saying all this nonsense and turn Sukune back to normal now," Omid shouted with an uncharacteristic glare. "She may be a typically happy girl, but if anyone tried to harm her friends, well, let's just say Ura isn't the only vampire that bears their fangs when angered." "I've had it with you," Ririko screamed as she ripped the notebook in half, glaring hatefully at the pink-haired vampire paper scattered all over the place. "I am the teacher here. Everything I do is for you, and yet you can't understand that. It's time I finish you off, you little brat," she continued as she swung her tail at Omid. Despite having her powers sealed, Ura was still a capable fighter. Quickly grabbing onto Omid, she moved them away from the tail. Seeing this as an opening, Naruto quickly sneaked past Ririko and approached Sukune, who was still listing off different formulas, much to his annoyance. "Alright Sukune, we're in trouble here all because of you, and you're just standing here in La La Land. The least you could do is be present while we're going through all this shit. Naruto roared as he brought his fist down on the human's head hard. What happened? Sukune asked groggily as he rubbed his sore head. Naruto blinked a few times when he saw Sukune was no longer in his zombie-like state. Huh? That actually brought you back? Naruto asked incredulously. All it took was a good hit in the head to break free from Ririko's mind control? Wow, kind of lame. Naruto. What are we doing here? Sukune asked. Well, you're here because you're today's damsel in distress. The rest of us are here to save your ass. Naruto said bluntly. He looked over his shoulder and cursed when he saw Ririko lash out at the two girls, her tail picking up speed making it more dangerous. Listen. We'll catch you up later, but now isn't the right time, he added before charging at the math teacher who seemed to have forgotten about him. Big mistake. Leaping in the air, Naruto slammed a spinning heel kick to the side of Ririko's face, sending her crashing into the wall. With the opponent temporarily stunned, he turned to the vampires and sighed in relief to find them uninjured. He walked over to them and offered Ura a grin before reaching for her Rosario. I've been hogging the last couple of fights, so enjoy yourself, Ura-chan, he said, and with a flick of the wrist her Rosario snapped off as a wave of Yuki filled the room. Her pupils turned into slits as her red eyes seemed to glow. Her fangs were more pronounced and her hand more claw-like. Her power now released, Ura allowed a smirk to grow as she took a step towards the direction Ririko was sent flying. Finally, now I can release some pent-up frustration. Sensei here had been grating at my nerves for some time, she said. Sukune, please remove my Rosario. Omit pleaded when she noticed he was back to normal. While she was happy about this, they still had their opponent to deal with. Why? What's going on here? Sukune asked in confusion. Why were his friends attacking Ririko-sensei? Are you sure you want to fight, Omit? I am more than enough to handle this woman, Ura said. Don't forget, Ura-chan, I am a vampire too. Ririko-sensei has been saying some pretty mean things about me, so I think it's time for a little retribution. Omit said with a smile, but the look in her eyes said she was going to kick Ririko's ass. Hey, just because she doesn't like to fight doesn't mean she's a total pushover. Of course. Do as she says, Sukune. Ura ordered with a smirk. It's not often that Omit acted like this, but who was she to stop her sister from having some fun? What's happening? What does she mean that Sensei has been saying mean things? The clueless human asked, only to receive a smack to the back of his head. I already told you, well, tell you later. Just take of her Rosario. Naruto said, exasperated. Sukune frowned since he still didn't know what was happening, but complied. He grabbed the Rosario, and just like with Naruto and Ura, it snapped off with a simple twist of the wrist. Another wave of Yuki filled the room, though smaller than the first, as Omid began to change. Her vibrant green eyes turned into a light shade of red, her pupils turning into slits. Her fangs grew as a sliver streak appeared on the left side of her hair. Thank you, Sukune. The now transformed Omid said before turning to Ririko, who was just getting up. No more playing around. It'll end you all. This will be your punishment for disobeying your sensei. Ririko roared as she glared at them all furiously. TCH. Do not talk to me like that. You may be my sensei in title, but there is nothing that a narcissist like you could teach me. Ura said coldly before she vanished. Where did you do? Ririko asked as she looked around the room. I do not take kindly to insults. This is my payback. A voice from above said. Ririko looked up only to scream in pain as the heel of a fool crashed into her face. Before she could react, she felt another wave of pain surge through her body. She looked down only to see Omid driving her knee into her stomach. Know your place. The twins said before rotating in the air, simultaneously kicking Ririko. Omid with a strong kick in the ribcage and Ura with a devastating blow to the back of the head. Ririko never stood a chance as her vision blacked out and fell to the ground unconscious. Okay, now that we took care of this, we have more important things to focus on. Naruto said as he handed Ura her Rosario. Sukune doing the same with Omid. Like what? Omid asked as she returned to her sealed form. Like studying. I refuse to go to summer school. There is no way that's happening, Naruto said as he grabbed Ura's wrist and dragged her out of the room, leaving trail of dust behind them. Naruto, let go of me this instant. Ura yelled, but it fell on deaf ears. Sukune and Omid's sweat dropped at this before the human turned towards the vampire. So Omid-san, can you please tell me what happened? Sukune asked. Sukune was shocked at what he heard, felt guilty that he hurt her feelings and felt gratitude that she would still be willing to help him study. Day of the semester test, the students of Yokai Academy were sitting at their desks writing down what they believed were the correct answers. Ura and Omid were able to understand the material quite well, which was no real surprise seeing as how they were near the top of their year. Sukune looked a bit worried as he wrote on his paper, but he was able to understand the material much easier than before. Naruto on the other hand was staring blankly at the paper. Why was the world so cruel? Life and death battles he could handle no problem. Intense training that could destroy someone's body, no sweat. But a test, Kami must really hate him. Well, I studied hard for this. If I am going down, I am going down fighting, Naruto thought as he glared at his head with a look of determination. Once the tests were over, Sukune asked if he could talk to Naruto in private. Naruto was a little confused but didn't have a problem with it. The two of them were currently standing on the roof, Sukune with a serious expression while Naruto wore a questioning one. So, what can I help you with, Sukune? The blonde asked as he tilted his head. The brown-haired human was silent as he took a deep breath before looking him straight in the eyes. Naruto, I need a favor. Yes, I passed. That means no summer school. Naruto cheered as he looked at his graded test paper. An 82, which meant he passed. I am looking forwards to this. Finally, a break from all the yokai. Sukune added. The two of them were standing by the bus stop waiting for their friends so they could start their break. No longer wearing their uniform, Sukune wore a simple pair of blue jeans and a plain white shirt with a short-sleeved black jacket over it. Naruto wore black jeans and an orange-collared shirt with the top few buttons left undone and the sleeve rolled up to his elbow. Wonder what's taking them so long? Naruto asked, but Sukune only shrugged. Morning, guys. They heard a cheerful voice call. The two boys turned to see a happy Omid running to them with Ura following her at a leisurely pace. Omid was wearing a red sundress with a matching jacket while Ura was wearing a pair of jeans with a white long-sleeved shirt. There's the reason I passed, Naruto said as he hugged Ura when she got close enough. Ura, who finally got used to her blonde friend's antics, just sighed as she accepted the hug. She was surprised though when her feet suddenly left the ground and Naruto began to spin her around. What are you doing? Release me this instant. Ura shouted, but Naruto merely laughed and continued his action. Omid just smiled at them before turning to Sukune. You guys showed up early. We still have 30 minutes. Omid said, but it fell on deaf ears. Sukune was too bust-taking in her appearance. She's so cute. Sukune thought in his mind as he felt himself blinded by the sight of her. He was about to answer, but before he could speak another voice interrupted him. Naruto, unhand me this instant or I so help me, I'll turn you into a stain on this ground. Ura shouted, her face red with rage and embarrassment. No need to be so cruel, Ura-chan. Naruto said as he let go of the vampire. But I was just so happy. It's thanks to your help that I was able to pass that stupid test. If you want show gratitude, then let me suck your blood, not spin me around like a ragdoll. Ura said, causing Naruto's head to drop. He was afraid of this, but it looked like Ura had an addiction problem with his blood now. After settling down, the group of four sat down waiting for the rest of the group to arrive. First day of summer, it's a shame we can't go home for this, Sukune commented. I don't mind. Chances are I'd be bored as hell if I went back to my village, Naruto said casually. It wasn't like he didn't miss his friends or anything, but chances were they would be too busy with missions and he would end up alone with nothing to do. I agree. Not going home doesn't bother me in the least. Ura added. Sure, she loved her family, but sometimes they could be too much to handle, especially her younger sister. It doesn't matter. I am sure our vacation will be lots of fun, Omid said cheerfully. I am sure it will be. Sukune agreed with a smile. Naruto watched as the two of them conversed happily before turning to Ura. Do you think Omid-chan and Yukari-chan will be alright? Naruto asked, remembering their reactions when it was announced that they would be going to the human world. Flashback. 3 days earlier we're going to camp out together. Sukune asked with a surprised expression. That's right. It's summer vacation after all, we have to take advantage of our free time and do something fun. So we will be going to the human world to research how humans live. Nekonomic explained, smiling brightly. Human world. I thought we weren't allowed to go to the human world during the school year, Naruto said. You're right. That is the rule unless Sensei got permission somehow, Ura added. Is it true? Are we really allowed to go back to the human world, Sensei? Sukune asked with a hint of excitement. After living 4 months in a school of yokai, going to the human world sounded like a dream. It's fine as long as your sensei approves. Nekonome reassured before muttering under her breath. At least I think so. That's not all that reassuring. Sukune shouted. So caught up in the news he didn't notice Omid or Yukari's nervous expression when they mentioned the human world, but Naruto and Ura did. Still, they decided to keep quiet for now and wait till they wanted to talk about it. End of flashback. I am not sure, although I think that Yukari is more afraid than Omid. Ura answered as Naruto shook his head in agreement. So where do you think we're going? Naruto asked curiously. I don't know, and to be perfectly honest I don't really care, Ura said, shrugging her shoulders. Oh come on, Ura-chan, you have to lighten up a little. This can be a wonderful learning experience, Naruto said, seeing her lack of enthusiasm. Why would I want to learn? Quite frankly, I would be satisfied with ignoring the existence of humans altogether. Don't get me wrong, I don't hate them, but I don't love them either, she explained with an indifferent tone. But what about me and Sukune? We're humans and you seem to enjoy our company, Naruto pointed out. That may be true, but you are the exception. I do not know how, but you have annoyed me to the point where it has become a part of my daily routine. And technically you are only half human. As for Sukune, I can tolerate the boys solely for Omid's sake, Ura explained. Wow, that's an interesting way to view things. At least I know I am special. Naruto finished with a smile. Yes, you are very special. I just don't know if it's good special or bad special, Ura said, rolling her eyes. No. A loud voice screamed. Turning around, they watched as a happy Kurumu dragged a protesting Yukari towards them. Come on, Yukari-chan, let's go or else we'll be late, Kurumu said as she continued to drag the witch. No, I changed my mind, I don't want to go to the human world, Yukari yelled as she tried to escape the succubus grasp. What's going on? Sukune asked as the two girls reached them. Hello, Sukune-kun. It's nothing really. Yukari-chan has just been whining about going to the human world. She says she doesn't want to go anymore. Kurumu answered, smiling dreamily at the human. Why don't you want to go anymore? Sukune asked, confused. Yukari was thinking of a response, but Kurumu interrupted her before she could speak. She's probably just scared because she's never been there before. It's understandable, I guess. I mean, she is a little child and all, she said, but a basin appeared over her and slammed onto her head. What did you say? I don't want to hear something like that from someone who only has one brain cell, Yukari shouted, glaring at Kurumu. What did you say? Wait till I get my hands on you, Kurumu shouted, lunging at the witch, but Omid latched onto her from behind, trying to stop the irate succubus. This might not be as peaceful as I originally thought, Sukune thought with a sweat drop. Oh look. The bus is on its way, Omid pointed out. Once it stopped in front of them, they began to enter, but before Yuk Air could enter, she felt a hand on her shoulder. Looking back, she saw Naruto looking at her with a comforting smile. Relax, Yukari-chan. I can see that you're really nervous, but it'll be alright. Me and the others will be right there for you, Naruto said, causing Yukari to relax a little. Thank you, Ni-san, she said quietly before entering the bus. You are a very powerful fighter, but inside you are a big softy, aren't you? Ura asked from behind him with a smirk. Naruto's answer was a simple shrug and a small chuckle. Getting in their seats, Naruto looked around and saw the bus driver and Nekonome in the front. I don't see Aromut anywhere. He's not coming? He asked, noticing their missing president. He failed the semester test, so he has to stay for summer school, Omid explained, causing Kurumu to chuckle nervously. Well, I guess we better go since everyone's here, huh? Kurumu said, sweating a bit. She definitely skipping summer school, Naruto thought, shaking his head. Hey, creepy bus driver guy. Let's get the show on the road, Naruto shouted with a grin. Said bus driver just chuckled before looking at the rearview mirror, his glowing eyes staring directly at Naruto through the reflection. Then you better buckle up. The ride can get a little bumpy, he instructed. This tunnel is connected to various places in the human world, so once we go through we won't be seeing the yokai world for a while. And with that he began to drive. Halfway through the tunnel the bus began to shake as if it was driving on a rocky roadway. Once they left the tunnel they looked out the windows to see lush green trees and a bright blue sky. Wait a second. We were on an open road but it looks like we're in the middle of the forest right now, Naruto said, taking in the scenery. And I might be imagining this but I think we passed a no trespassing sign, Kurumu added. I think you are right. It looks like we're getting further and further from civilization, Yukari said as the bus finally stopped. When they got out of the bus they looked around to see a beautiful field of various flowers. Wow, this place is so beautiful, Omid said as she observed their surroundings, the others nodding in agreement. Naruto, though, was looking at the place wide-eyed. He knew where they were but he wasn't expecting it. Hey bus driver. How did we get here without crossing a bridge? Naruto asked, gaining a confused look from the others and a smirk from the bus driver. Don't underestimate the capabilities of my busboy, he said proudly, causing Naruto to shake his head a little. Why did you ask that, Naruto? Ura asked curiously. Because we're in the middle of an island and the only way to get here besides boat is by crossing the bridge to the mainland. And how do you know we're on an island? Ura questioned. I've been here before. Although it's been about 2 years or so, he explained. He looked around and saw an image of a young blonde-haired boy wearing an orange jumpsuit passed out. Suddenly a feminine-looking boy in a pink kimono walked up to him. You'll catch a cold sleeping out here, he said, nudging the boy awake. What I mean is that when someone fights for someone that is precious to them, that is when they can truly become strong, the voice of the feminine boy said. By the way, I am a boy, he said, leaving a flabbergasted Naruto. Naruto chuckled as he went down memory lane, the others watching him curiously. All right, that's enough standing around. We came here for our vacation, so let's go, Naruto said excitingly. Glad you like it here. It's been pretty famous lately, bus driver said, gaining their attention. Really? What for? Sukune asked. A mysterious spot where one person after the other is spirited away. The bus driver explained as if talking about the weather. Isn't anything spirited away poetic during this time of age? That's why you brought us here, isn't it? A frantic Sukune accused. Really? I don't remember hearing anything like that when I was here, Naruto said, rubbing his chin in thought. Here's a newspaper. You can read about it here. Please do your best to not get spirited away, bus driver said, handing Omid the newspaper. Wait, what about you? Sukune asked, but he was ignored. So sensei, want to get something to eat? I'll treat you to some nice tasty fish, the bus driver offered. Fish? Nekonomiya repeated with a smile. And just like that the newspaper club watched as the bus drive away, disappearing in the horizon. Wow, they ditched us, Naruto said, breaking the silence. What, where are you going? You're not supposed to just leave us, Sukune shouted. I can't believe this, Kurumu shouted. What were they thinking? How could they just leave us here in the middle of nowhere? Sukune said, waving his arms around frantically. We're going to starve to death, Yukari cried. This is bad. What are we going to do? Omid asked, worried. On the sidelines Naruto and Ura's sweat dropped. Have they always been this dramatic? Naruto asked. They've had their moments, Ura answered. Hey guys, relax. I know where we are. I've been here before, Naruto said, trying to calm them down, but he was ignored. I knew coming here was a mistake. I want to go home right now, Yukari screamed as she waved her arms around frantically. We just got here. Stop complaining, well, figure something out, Kurumu shouted as she pulled Yukari's cheeks, much to her dismay. Let go of me, you cow, the witch shouted. What did you call me? Kurumu asked, glaring at the younger girl. Come on guys, settle down, Omid said, playing her role as peacemaker as she and Sukune tried to get them to calm down. They didn't listen to me, Naruto commented. Ura looked at the panicking group and then turned to Naruto. Where are we exactly? You said you've been here before, she asked. We're in the forest near the land of waves, he answered with a small smile. I've never heard of it. Ura mused, trying to remember if she ever heard of such a place, but nothing came to mind. If you want I can tell you a little about it. I have some pretty good stories from my time here, Naruto said with a smile. Very well. Ura agreed, trying to hide her interest. She wouldn't admit it, but she was very curious about his life outside the school. He had a habit of avoiding any questions that revolved around his past, whether it was intentionally or subconsciously she had no idea. Naruto turned towards the rest of them and was about to yell in order to get their attention when he hears something. It sounded like a rustling sound, like something brushing against leaves as it ran through the plants. Turning around, Naruto tried to find the source of the noise but frowned when he couldn't. He continued to scan the area when he saw a blur. "What the hell?" he muttered, but Ura heard him. "What is it?" she asked as she began to scan the field. "I heard something and then I just saw this blur. I have no idea what it is though. It's a lot faster than any normal animal that size though," Naruto explained. Continuing his search, he narrowed his eyes when he heard a primal roar. Hearing this, the bickering friends stopped their actions and looked around, wondering what that sound was. "What was that?" Omid asked. "I don't know, but it didn't sound friendly," Naruto answered. "What should we do?" Sukune asked. Naruto sniffed the air but frowned. The only thing he could smell was the scent of his friends and the plants. "We should get out of here. Whatever it is has the advantage over us right now," Naruto explained, causing the others to increase in worry. "What do you mean?" Kurumu asked. "What he means is that we cannot see it. It is using the plants here to mask its presence. We cannot see or smell it until it wants to be seen," Ura explained as another roar filled the air, but this time it was accompanied with others. "It looks like it has some friends. For now we have to find a safe place where we can think of a way to stop them," Naruto added. The others nodded and looked around the field before Yukari noticed something in the distance. "Look over there. I can see a cabin from here," she shouted, pointing towards the cabin. "Let's go. We have to get out of this field," Omid added before the group ran towards the cabin. "Weird. I never noticed a cabin around the last time I was here. It must be a new," Naruto idly thought. They were able to reach the cabin without getting attacked. Sukune, who was the last one to enter, slammed the door behind him as everyone, except Ura and Naruto, panted as they tried to regain their breath. "What the hell was that? This is the human world. How could something that can make that kind of noise be here?" Sukune asked. "It's the human world, so what? In case you forgot, you're human but you attend a school in the yokai world, so why can't the opposite happen?" Naruto asked with a raised brow, causing the others to nod. It did make sense. "Although the last time I was here I never heard anything like that," Naruto added. "It could have something to do with about the people being spirited away that the bus driver talked about before he left," Ura offered, crossing her arms under her chest. "Do you think Sensei brought us here to investigate?" Omid asked, tilting her head to the side in a cute fashion. "Possibly," Sukune answered. "Doesn't matter if she did or didn't. Now that I know we're in the land of waves, I am going to do whatever I can to help," Naruto said. "Things were getting a little quiet. I think it'll help," Ura said with a smirk. "Are you sure? I know you two are strong, but who knows what that thing is? We're not at school anymore. Who knows what could happen? It's way too dangerous," Yukari said, a bit of fear in her voice. She knew she should have stayed at the academy, but no, she had to listen to her friends and go to the human world. Now they were hiding in a cabin from a group of who knows what. Maybe, but still Naruto started, but Yukari kept on going. "We're in the human world. Something bad can really happen. Even my tarot cards are telling me that this vacation is ill-fated," she said, pulling out a deck of tarot cards. Finally Kurumu couldn't take it anymore. "Your cards are worthless. I am sick of this. You've been complaining non-stop. You're being a big baby right now. If you're scared, then just go back home by yourself. After all, you're the only one who wants to leave," she said, glaring at the young girl. "That was a little harsh," Naruto muttered with a frown. Yukari was silent as she stared at Kurumu with emotionless eyes before her face contorted in rage. "You big-boobed idiot. I am not scared. The problem is that you don't understand anything," she shouted as she threw one of her tarot cards at the succubus and then proceeded to storm out. "Yukari-chan, wait," Omid called out, but she was ignored. That was too much. Kurumu-chan. She ran through the forest. Who knows what could happen to her, she said, glaring a little at Kurumu before it was replaced with a sweat drop. "Is that tarot card made of iron?" Sukune asked as he pointed shakily at the card embedded in Kurumu's head, a geyser of blood comically bursting around it. "She stabbed me," Kurumu said, feeling a bit woozy. I have to say, that was an impressive throw. She hit with great accuracy. I wonder how she did that. Ura said curiously. Whistling could be heard and they turned to see Naruto trying, and failing, to look innocent. Seeing everyone look at him, Naruto adopted a sheepish expression. I may or may not have been teaching her how to throw her cards like I do with my shuriken, he admitted with a shrug. With Yukari was walking through the forest fuming to herself. I grew up in a sealed-off village. I always saw humans as the enemy. But Sukune-kun is human and Naruto-ni is half-human but still. How can they expect me to get over these feelings so quickly? They don't understand. She whispered. As she was walking she heard a woman scream. Deciding to investigate she walked towards the sound and saw a woman crouched down looking as if she was trying to pull something from the cluster of plants that she and her friends escaped from earlier. Who are you? The woman asked noticing Yukari but the witch didn't answer. It's a human, Yukari thought as the woman looked at Yukari's wardrobe in slight confusion. Why are you dressed like that? Are you a witch? She asked causing Yukari to flinch before turning away. Sorry, I thought someone else was in danger, Yukari said as she walked away. Please don't leave. My son is going to be eaten. The woman pleaded. Yukari looked over her shoulder and noticed that the woman was trying to pull a young boy away from the plants but a vine of some kind was snaked around his leg pulling him away from the woman. The plant is feeding of the human. Is this some type of magic? Yukari wondering seeing as how more vines snaked around the boy. Suddenly a strange creature with sharp teeth crawled out of the plants and looked at them, drool falling from its mouth. Food. The creature shouted as it lounged at them causing Yukari to close her eyes but they snapped open when she heard the woman scream as she pulled her son closer to her. Who cares if she's a witch? She's still a living being who deserves to be treated with respect. The sudden voice in her head caused her eyes to widen. She remembered the first time she met Naruto. He didn't care that she was a witch. The only thing he cared about was that she was a person who deserved to be treated fairly. Naruto gave me a chance. I should forsake this woman and her son just because she's human. That would make me like the people who have bullied me for being a witch. She thought as she glared at the plant monster approaching. Reaching into her cloak she pulled out a deck of cards and with great precision she threw them in the plant monster. The monster hissed in pain as the cards stabbed it. Smirking a little Yukari pulled out her wand and pointed it at the monster. I won't lose to a stupid plant like you. Take this. It's my magic wand-controlled tarot card attack. Yukari declared but gasped in surprise when nothing happened. It didn't work? She asked and her eyes widened in horror when plant monsters rose from the field. This isn't good, she said as a vine shot towards her and wrapped itself around her arm before pulling her towards it causing her to scream. Closing her eyes she prepared herself for the end when one of the plant monster exploded in blood dropping her in the process. Opening her eyes she was surprised when she found herself in the arms of Naruto who was glaring at the plant monsters. Naruto-ni, what are you doing here? She asked once he set her down. She winced when Naruto bopped her on the head. Nursing the lump on her head she looked at Naruto with teary eyes. What kind of question is that? Like I'd leave you out here all alone, he told her. Where are the others? She asked looking around. We decided to split up in order to find you. They should be here soon from all the noise these guys are making. I was just faster, probably closer too, Naruto answered. I could probably take these things out with a fire jutsu but that would burn the whole place not just the monsters. Naruto thought coating his hands in wind chakra as his hands resembled claws. Sit back and relax Yukari-chan, I'll take care of this, Naruto said charging at the group of plant monsters slicing them down before they could reach him. Yukari stood there watching but then she heard Kurumu's words from earlier. You're being a big baby right now, if you're scared then just go back home by yourself. Hearing this caused her eyes to narrow as she clutched her wand tightly. I am not a scared little baby. I can fight too, she said pulling out her tarot cards. Aiming at the monsters in front of her she threw them before aiming her wand as she began to chant some kind of incantation. The only reason my last attack failed was because it was too weak. But if I can harness the full magic for this spell I can increase its attack power. She thought completely her spell. The next thing she knew her cards flew at high speeds cutting down anything in their path. Naruto watched with wide eyes as Yukari sliced through the strange plant-like monsters. Once he realized what happened, he couldn't help but laugh. Yukari looked at him in confusion, wondering what was so funny. Damn Yukari-chan. Not only are you a child genius, but you can also kick major ass, Naruto praised, causing the young witch to blush. It was nothing really, she said sheepishly. Don't sell yourself so short, Yukari-chan. That was amazing, Naruto said, smiling at her modesty. What happened here? They heard someone ask. Turning around, they watched as the rest of their group approached them as they surveyed the area. What's with all these plant things? Kurumu asked. Do you think they were the ones making all that noise before? Omid asked. Most likely, but I do wonder what happened here, Ura answered. It was probably Naruto. He cut these things to ribbons, Kurumu answered. Wrong. Yukari-chan here was the one. She took down these things, Naruto corrected. Really? Ura asked with a raised brow as she looked at Yukari before nodding with a smirk. Not bad, Yukari. Like I told Naruto, it was nothing, a blushing Yukari said as she rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. Kurumu thought was silent as she studied the area. She fought and beat all these things when I called her a baby, she thought before turning towards the young girl. I guess I was wrong about you, Yukari-chan. You're not a baby after all, she said with an apologetic smile. Thank you so much for saving me and my son, the woman said as she bowed in gratitude. Thanks a lot, the son added since he was freed from the vines. He looked at the group and his eyes widened when they landed on Naruto. Mom, it's Naruto ni. The boy said, looking at Naruto in shock. The mother blinked in confusion before looking at Naruto and her eyes widened too. Naruto looked at them curiously before recognition hit him and he smiled widely at them. Inari. Tsunami. It's great to see you guys again, he said before he was tackled by a thrilled Inari. Ni-san, you're back. The younger boy cheered as he hugged the laughing blonde. Naruto returned the hug before turning towards a smiling Tsunami. What's wrong, Tsunami? You're not happy to see me? He asked with a pout as he opened his arms, gesturing for her to join the hug. Tsunami shook her head in amusement but complied as she gave him a hug. It's nice to see you again, Naruto, she greeted after releasing him. Naruto, you know these people? Sukune asked, watching the scene, everyone from Yokai Academy looking on in confusion. Oh right, this is Tsunami and her son Inari. Guys, these are my friends from school, Ura-chan, Sukune, Oma-chan, Kurumu-chan and Yukari-chan. He introduced as he pointed to each person when their name was called. It's a pleasure to meet you. Any friends of Naruto are welcomed here, Tsunami said, offering a polite bow in greeting. What are you doing here anyway, Ni-san? Inari asked curiously. My friends and I are here for summer vacation, but our sensei kind of ditched us, Naruto said the last bit sheepishly. Really? Well, if you need a place to stay, you're more than welcome to stay at our home, Tsunami offered. Really? Omid asked hopefully. Of course. After everything Naruto has done for our village, it's the least we can do, Tsunami said as she and Inari looked at Naruto, causing him to blush while the others looked at them curiously. Seeing their looks, Naruto smiled. I'll tell you the story about it once we get there. Thanks for the offer, Tsunami, Naruto said, and with that they began to walk through the forest heading for their destination. What they didn't notice was a figure hiding behind a tree, their red eyes glaring at their retreating backs before it disappeared. Unknown location. A witch? There's a witch in my territory? An elderly voice asked. Yes, she is young but she has much potential. Her current level of magic is already very impressive, a girl with red eyes explained. She was able to completely destroy the plants that were instructed to protect the fields, although she did have an accomplice, the red-eyed girl continued. I see, I can't even remember when the last time I saw another witch here. We must bring her to our side, after all, we are of the same blood, the other voice said. With Naruto and the others, isn't that Naruto Uzumaki? A civilian asked. I think it is. Our hero has returned. You think he'd give me his autograph? The others looked at Naruto as they heard more whispers, but Naruto just waved them off as he talked with Inari, who was ecstatic to see his big brother figure again. They finally reached their destination. As they walked through the door, Tsunami suddenly remembered something. I forgot to mention this, Naruto, but we have some shinobi from Konoha staying here as well for a mission, Tsunami informed him. Really? I wonder who. Naruto said as he entered the dining room but froze when he saw who was in there. The others watched him as his face went from cheerful to curious and finally to emotionless. Ura looked at the other guests in the room and wondered why Naruto was staring at the pink-haired girl with eyes devoid of any emotion. The other occupants looked shocked when they saw Naruto enter the room. No one said anything as Naruto and the pink-haired girl continued to stare at each other. One with indifference and the other with surprise. Before anyone could say anything, Naruto spoke. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Sakura?" You could practically cut the tension with a knife as Naruto and the pink-haired girl, Sakura, stared at each other. The newspaper club looked on curiously, wondering what was going on with their blonde friend. First they arrive at some village that regard him as some sort of hero, at least according to the hushed whispers they heard, and now they enter a room with people they've never seen, but based on their looks and Naruto's reaction they seem to have known each other. "Naruto, is that you?" Sakura asked, finally breaking the silence. "Well, it'll be. Looks like she remembers me after all," Naruto said with a smirk before looked at the remaining occupants. There was a girl with brown hair tied up into two buns, a boy clad in green with large eyebrows and a bowl-cut hairdo, and finally another boy with long brown hair and white pupil-less eyes. Getting out of their shock, the boy with the large eyebrows spoke first as a grin broke free on his face before tackling Naruto into a hug. "Naruto-kun, my friend, it is great to see you," he shouted enthusiastically. "Good to see you too, Lee. Hey Neji Tenten." Naruto greeted, nodding to the others. Tenten just waved while Neji smiled a little and nodded in greeting. "This is quite the surprise. It is good to see you again," Neji said. "Damn right, this is a surprise. So how have you been? The last letter I got from Ba-chan said you were just promoted to Jonin. Congrats, by the way," Naruto said with a smirk. "Yes, Neji has truly shown how bright his flames of youth shine when he was promoted," Lee said, releasing Naruto from his hold. Hearing this caused Ura to blink as she recalled what Naruto said when he tried to think of an excuse explaining his shinobi skills. "You have told us you are human and I believe you, but what I want to know is how you were able to do those strange techniques." I don't know what you are talking about. Let me refresh your memory. When we first faced Saizo, you created some strange blue orb. Against Kurumu you were able to block my kick, which should be impossible for a human, and of course there was yesterday. Are you honestly going to try and deny the fact that you were standing on water when there were plenty of witnesses? I channeled my inner flames of youth. Turning towards Naruto, she looked at him curiously. "Is this where you got that flam?" she started, but Naruto cut her off by covering her mouth with his hand. "Please don't mention that. If he hears I said that he would never leave me alone again. He'll do anything, just don't tell him," Naruto whispered to her, pleading with his eyes. "Very well, I will hold you up on that offer though," she said with a smirk when he removed his hand, causing him to sigh in relief. "So who are these guys, Naruto?" Sakura asked, frowning that Naruto was practically ignoring her and that he seemed awfully close to that silver-haired girl. Naruto merely glanced at her before turning towards the rest of the occupants, missing how Sakura's frown deepened. "These are my friends from Yokai Academy," Naruto said with a large grin. "Hello, my name is Omid Akshiya," Omid said with a friendly smile. "I am Sukune Aono. Hiya. My name is Kurumu Kurono," the succubus said brightly, waving at them. "I am Yukari Sendo. It's nice to meet you," the young witch said a bit nervously. She was still wary around humans, but Naruto seemed to know and trust them, so she would give them a chance. That left Ura, but when they turned to them she just returned their expectant looks with one of boredom. "What?" she asked blankly, causing them to sweat drop, but Naruto just chuckled as he slung an arm around her shoulders and pulled her closer to him. "No need to be so cold. This is Ura Akshiya. She was my first friend at the academy," Naruto said, smiling widely. "Don't be so modest, Ni-san. Everyone knows she's your girlfriend," Yukari chimed. The two were silent until they realized what she said and their faces turned tomato red. "What? I am. She's not my girlfriend," the flustered teens shouted in unison. "See? They're already in sync with each other," Yukari added, ignoring their denial. "It's nice that you got yourself a girlfriend, Naruto. And such a pretty one too," Tsunami added, smiling at their fluster state. "Yosh. To think that you would get such a beautiful girlfriend. You really have been embracing the ways of youth," Lee cheered, giving them the thumbs up. It's not like that. She's just a really good friend. Hell, I'd go as far as calling her my best friend. Naruto said, causing Yura's eyes to widen a bit. She did not know that. She looked around and saw how the rest of the newspaper club looked like they were told something obvious except for Yukari, who seemed to be miffed at them for denying that they were in a romantic relationship. She also noticed Sakura glaring at her a bit before turning towards Naruto. She's your best friend. What about Sasuke-kun? The pink-haired shinobi asked. Naruto's eyes hardened as he looked at her with the same emotionless look he had when he first laid eyes on her. What about Sasuke? In case you forgot, he tried to kill me, Naruto said, like she was stupid, but when it came to her precious Sasuke, she kind of was stupid despite her book smarts. The newspaper club widened their eyes at this bit of information. Naruto had a friend who tried to kill him. He never talked about something like that. Now that they thought about it, there were a lot of things that Naruto never talked about. All of it revolving around his life outside of the school. It's nice to meet you all. My name is Neji Hyuga. I am one of Naruto's friends from our village, Neji said before things escalated. Sasuke was a sensitive topic for the members of what used to be Team 7. Naruto accepted that Sasuke betrayed Konoha, but Sakura refused to leave the past, saying that they should get him back so things could go back to normal. When Naruto quit being a shinobi, Sakura said he was being selfish. The only reason he quit was so he didn't have to try and bring Sasuke back, hoping that Sakura would eventually forget about the estranged Uchiha and try to make her love him instead. Hello. My name is Rock Lee. It is a pleasure to meet you all, Lee shouted as he gave them the nice guy pose. And I am Tenten. The remaining female said. I am Sakura Haruno, but I'm sure you've heard all about me from Naruto, Sakura said confidently. The students of Yokai Academy blinked before looking at each other and then back at Sakura. Never heard of you, they all said in unison, causing her to face fault. What do you mean you've never heard of me? She shrieked, causing everyone in the room to wince at the volume. Ura glared at her hard. Did she have to be so loud? What we mean is that Naruto never mentioned you, not once. Does that answer your question? Ura said. Sakura glared at her before turning towards Naruto. Why haven't you told them about me? She asked, anger clear in her voice. Why should I? Naruto asked plainly. Because we're teammates, you baka, she shouted, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. So, does that mean you talk about me when you meet with others? He asked plainly, causing the girl to scoff. Why would I talk about a baka like you? She asked. And why would I talk about a useless bitch like you? Naruto replied smoothly, although he was grinning like crazy in his mind. God, it felt so good to finally say that. What did you say? Sakura asked, trembling in rage. I thought I was pretty clear, but you want me to say it again? Okay, I said. Why would I talk about a useless bitch like you? He repeated slowly, like he was talking to a child. The newspaper club watched in stunned silence. They didn't know the history between Naruto and Sakura, but they could tell it wasn't good because they've never seen the blonde talk this way. I don't want to hear that from a coward like you, she hissed back as the Konoha shinobi exchanged nervous glances. Coward? Oh, this ought to be good. Please explain to me how I am a coward, Naruto said with his arms crossed. Yes, a coward. Why else would you quit being a shinobi? Because you were scared. After Sasuke-kun beat you, you realized you really were the dead last and that you had no real future as a shinobi, she said, looking at him with a smug smirk. Seeing this caused Ura to glare as she felt her blood boil. She realized something. She didn't like Sakura Haruno. Nope, not one bit. Surprisingly though, Naruto began to laugh. That's what you think. First of all, I quit because I got tired of risking my life for a village that didn't give a shit about me. And what about you? If I remember correctly, you begged me to save your precious Sasuke, who decided to betray us while you stayed safe and sound in the village crying. Whatever, Tsunami, it's been a long day for us. Do you mind if I take a nap in one of the spare rooms? Naruto asked, not wanting to deal with Sakura. Of course. Tsunami said, wondering what happened between Team 7 since their last visit to Wave. Nodding gratefully, Naruto went to leave the room before looking over his shoulder, his eyes locking with Sakura's. Oh, and by the way, earlier you said we were teammates. We never were. A teammate is someone you can trust and rely on. I know for a fact that you would betray me without a moment's hesitation if Sasuke was involved. We're not friends or friendly acquaintances. You are simply someone who I had the misfortune of working with. Nothing more. And with that he left the room. Well, that was pleasant, Ura said, breaking the silence. Shut up. This doesn't concern you, Sakura spat before storming out of the room. Did that pest just tell me to shut up? Ura growled out, glaring at the direction Sakura left. Who did she think she was ordering her around? What was that about? Sukune asked, hoping to distract Ura before she chased after Sakura. Ura was a person who did not take disrespect that well. While Naruto liked to tease her, he always respected her. Those two have some very bad history between them, Neji explained. Really? They got along pretty well when they were here. Sure, they argued and stuff, but still, Inari said, confused. Something happened with their third teammate Sasuke. After that, things between Naruto-kun and Sakura-chan have been very tense, Lee informed them. It really isn't for us to say. If you want answers, you'll have to ask Naruto. But this is pretty personal, so he might push the subject away, Neji added before they asked any more questions. You seem pretty close to Naruto. Why don't you tell us how you met Inari? Omid asked, causing the young boy to grin as he told them about his last meeting with his brother figure. The next day Naruto met up with Tazuna and the two engaged in a friendly conversation. After eating breakfast, Naruto decided he was going to show his friends around Wave. As they got ready to leave, he noticed the Konoha shinobi preparing to leave. Where you guys going? The blonde asked curiously. Unlike you, we are not here on a vacation. We are on a mission and we decided to investigate today, Neji answered. Really? What is it? Or is it classified? Naruto asked curiously. People have been going missing for a while. There is no concrete proof, but people have been saying a witch is responsible, Neji answered, causing the Yokai Academy students' eyes to widen. Really? A witch? Ura asked curiously. When Naruto left the room, the rest of the Konoha shinobi explained a little bit about how the shinobi world works, so she was a little interested in some of the missions they went on. The others were just plain shocked when they found out Naruto was a shinobi, since he never mentioned it to them before. It may seem a little far-fetched, but we've seen stranger things in our line of work, Tenten said, thinking their looks were ones of skepticism instead of shock. After all, why should they be skeptical when one of their own is a witch? Do you really think it's a witch? Yukari asked. She didn't have proof to deny their claim, but that didn't mean she would just stand there and let her race get blamed for something they may not have done. As of right now, that's all we have. But now that I am taking a closer look at you, you're dressed just like a witch. Maybe you're responsible for all the disappearance, Sakura said as she looked at Yukari suspiciously, causing the young girl to flinch. Back off, Sakura. Yukari-chan just got here with us yesterday, Naruto warned, glaring at the pink-haired Kunoichi. He is right, Sakura. Neji agreed. We cannot place the blame on anyone without any proof. Whatever. Sakura scoffed before leaving the house. Sorry about that, Naruto. Neji apologized. It's not your fault, but you should probably mention her unprofessional attitude to Ba-chan when you give her your mention briefing, Naruto suggested. Neji nodded before he left with the rest of his team. Come one Gaki. Wave has really changed since you've been here, Tazuna said once the Konoha group was gone. Alright then, let's go. Naruto agreed as he and the rest of the newspaper club followed Tazuna to explore the village. As they walked through the streets, they couldn't help but notice how the civilians here treated Naruto. They were looking at them as if he were a hero. They heard from Inari and Tsunami about Naruto's mission in Wave and how he helped free their country, but it was still a big surprise for them. I've never been to a place like this in the human world, but it's still really nice here, Sukune thought with a smile. He looked to see Naruto and Tazuna taking jovially. Ura was taking in the surroundings, but every now and then Naruto would get her involved in the conversation between him and the bridge builder. Omid and Kurumu were looking at their surroundings with childlike excitement, never being in a place like this before, but Yukari was still a little nervous. I really hope that the girls enjoy their time here in the human world, he added, but his musings were cut short when he heard some murmuring. Hey, check it out, a male said, pointing at their group. Oh man, do you see how hot they are? Another asked, pointing at the girls. The pink-haired girl is so cute, someone pointed out with hearts in his eyes. That blue-haired girl has the hugest rack I've ever seen, another said. The one with silver hair is so hot, I don't think I've ever seen such a beauty before, another added. Do you think they're models? Someone asked excitingly as they began to crowd around the girls pushing Sukune out of the way. What's going on? Omid asked a little nervously when she noticed they were surrounded by a crowd of human males. Isn't it obvious? We escaped the lovesick boys at Yokai Academy only to meet another group of boys who act like fools around us. Ura scoffed, glaring at one of the boys who tried to get too close to her. Needless to say, he backed away quickly but still gawked at them from a safe distance. Why does this always have to happen? Naruto, can't you do something about this? Sukune asked, turning towards the blonde only to sweat drop when he saw Naruto in the same position. The only difference was that the girls surrounding Naruto had no problem touching him based on the way they were pulling him around. Sukune! Help me! Naruto screamed before drowning in a sea of girls. On the side, Tazuna merely laughed at the blonde's misfortune. Separated from the group, Yukari was accidentally pushed to the ground by a random boy who was trying to get a good look at the beautiful girls who were visiting Wave. Why did they have to push me? That wasn't very nice. Yukari whined but blinked when someone held a hand out to her. Looking up, she paled when she saw a group of creepy guys staring at her. You're so cute. Let me help you up. Look at that costume. Is it cosplay? Can we take a picture with you? Kya? Get away from me, Yukari screamed, jumping to her feet trying to run away, but the large crowd trapped her. I am surrounded. There are so many humans here. Where's everybody else? Yukari thought frantically as she broke into a nervous sweat. Go away, she said quietly, but they didn't listen. Instead, they took a step closer. Stay back, she said a bit louder, but again she was ignored. Don't come any closer, she shouted as she reached for her wand. Just as she was about to cast a spell, someone grabbed her shoulder. Are you all right, Yukari-chan? Sukune asked. He was trying to reach the other girls, but the crowd was so thick he couldn't. That was when he noticed a frightened Yukari being surrounded by strangers. Sukune-kun. Yeah, I am okay. She lied as she released the hold on her wand. She was anything but all right. She was surrounded by too many humans. While she said she would try and give them a chance, that didn't mean she was ready to deal with so many all at once. Sukune, Yukari-chan. They heard someone shout. Turning around, they saw that the others girls were able to escape from the crowd of boys and were heading towards them with Omid in the lead. What happened? Kurumu asked. Yukari-chan got separated from us and got a little startled when a bunch of strangers surrounded her. Sukune explained. And Naruto? Omid asked, looking around, finding no sign of the blonde. Sukune sighed before pointing at a group of girls. In the center of it, they could just make out a struggling Naruto who tried but failed to escape their clutches. It looked like he's more popular than we originally thought, Sukune said. Do you think we should help him? Kurumu asked as they continued to watch the blonde struggle. Naruto's eyes landed on them and glared when he saw his friends just standing there. Hey, I see you guys. Why the hell are you just standing there? Help me, damn it. Hey, wait. No, don't touch me there, he shouted as his attention diverted back to the girls clinging to him. I guess we should be lucky our admirers aren't this bold, huh? Omid asked, getting a nod of agreement from the rest. Ura was silent as she watched the scene in front of her, her eyes twitching furiously. Again she was confused as to why she was angry, but that didn't change the fact that she was. The others watched as the silver-haired girl stomped towards Naruto, shoving any girl that got in the way. Ow, what the hell? What are you doing? Stop shoving. There were more comments, but Ura ignored them all. Finally reaching Naruto, she grabbed the back of his collar and proceeded to drag him through the crowd, glaring at any girl who tried to get him back. They seemed to get the idea as they backed away, but not without grumbling in disappointment that their hero was already taken. Ura ignored that in favor of getting Naruto to the rest of the group. Finally reaching them, she released his hold on him, causing him to hit the ground, panting for air. There, now that we have him back, we can continue with this tour, Ura said plainly. Before anyone could say anything else, though, a pair of arms wrapped around her from behind and she found herself pulled into the chest of Naruto as he hugged her tightly, burying his face where her neck and shoulder met. Thank you so much, Ura-chan. I really thought I was going to die back there, Naruto said, suppressing a shiver. His face is missing nin, psychotic killers, a giant demon and multiple yokai, but fangirls were a whole new level of scary that he wasn't ready to face yet. Chances are he would never be ready. Ura, though, didn't say anything. Her eyes widened and she could feel her cheeks burn. She had gotten used to Naruto hugging her or slinging an arm around her shoulders. At first it annoyed her, but she soon realized it was a part of who he was and it wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. It was because of this that she got used to the action, but what she didn't expect was that she was starting to enjoy it as well. Not that she would ever tell him or anyone for that matter. Feeling his breath tickling her skin, she couldn't stop the shiver that went down her spine even if she had no idea why she shivered. "Hey Gaki, you can cuddle with your girl later. I still have to give you guys a tour," Tazuna said, interrupting their little moment. Amusement could clearly be heard in his voice. Naruto blinked before looking at Tazuna and releasing a sigh. "Not you too, you old drunk. I already told you guys that Ura-chan is not my girlfriend," Naruto said, causing Tazuna to snort. "I'd find that more believable if you weren't holding her like you are now," the bridge builder pointed out. "What the hell are you talking about, old man?" Naruto asked before looking at his position. Realizing how close he was holding Ura to him, he immediately let go, his face burning with embarrassment. "Oops. My bad, I was just so thankful that she saved me from that mob of wild girls," he tried to explain. "Whatever you say. Now come on, let's go," Tazuna said as he continued on his way, the students of Yokai Academy following behind. Finally at the spot he wanted to start the tour, Tazuna turned to the group of students with a large grin on his face. "All right, here we are. This is the pride and joy of Wave," he said, gesturing at the large bridge behind him. "Welcome to the Great Naruto Bridge." The others looked at the impressive-looking bridge but blinked when they heard the name. Looking closer they were able to see a plaque. "The Great Naruto Bridge, named after the young hero who saved our country and restored our hope." They turned towards Naruto, who was blinking owlishly. This was obviously a surprise to him too. He turned to Tazuna, who had a smirk at seeing his gobsmacked expression. "You named the bridge after me?" he asked, pointing at the plaque. "It wasn't my first choice. I originally thought it should be called the Super Sexy Tazuna Bridge, but for some reason I was the only one who liked that name," Tazuna said in a depressed tone, missing the snort from Naruto. "It was actually Inari's idea to name the bridge after you and the rest of us agreed." "So it's true? You really saved this country?" Ura asked, looking at Naruto with an arched brow. "It's not like I did it by myself," Naruto said, sheepishly, blushing a bit at the looks he was receiving. "Quit being modest, Gaki. You're the one who gave us the courage to fight for our home," Tazuna said, patting Naruto on the back. "And here I thought Inari was exaggerating," Ura mused. "The kid may have embellished a few of the details, but that's because he looks up to Naruto," Tazuna admitted. "I still can't believe you saved this place from a tyrant like that Gato person," Omit said. She waited for Naruto to say something, but she was met with silence. Confused, she turned to the blonde and saw that he was staring at the bridge with a thoughtful look. "Naruto? Are you okay?" Omit asked, causing the others to look at him in confusion, but Naruto didn't hear her. Instead his gaze was focused on the bridge, watching a scene that only he could see. He watched as blonde-haired boy wearing an orange jumpsuit was stuck in a dome of frozen mirrors with a black-haired boy. He watched as an onslaught of needles headed straight for the blonde, only for the black-haired boy to use his body as a shield, saving the blonde. He watched as the blonde lost himself in rage as red chakra surrounded him, his features becoming more feral. He watched as he punched their masked captor in the face, breaking the mask, revealing the face of a feminine-looking boy who was slightly older. He listened as the boy told him how he was alone, only to be saved by a man others considered a demon. He cursed when the boy said he had no purpose in life now that he failed the one who was most precious to him. Naruto watched as the feminine-looking boy closed his eyes, waiting for death, only for fate to intervene. The boy's eyes snapped open and he vanished before the young blonde could deliver the finishing blow. The scenes progressed until the feminine-looking boy took a fatal blow meant for the one most precious to him. He watched as the masked man fought against a group of thugs to reach Gato in order to kill the man who had the nerve to dishonor his apprentice's death. Naruto clenched his fist as he watched snow fall from the sky as the two people who were once his enemies died together. "Naruto!" a voice shouted, snapping him out of memory land. Blinking, he turned to see the others looking at him strangely. "What happened?" Naruto asked sheepishly. "Why don't you tell us? You just spaced out on us," Ura said, crossing her arms. "Sorry about that, just got lost in the past," Naruto said, scratching the back of his head before turning to Tazuna. "Hey old man, you think I can get a rain check on the tour?" I kinda want to visit some old friends. Tazuna looked at him confused, trying to think of who Naruto was talking about. He watched as Naruto kept stealing glances at the bridge as if he was reliving the past until his eyes widened in realization. No problem, kid. Tell you what, you can stop by the flower shop to pick something up from them. Tell them to put it on my tab. Tazuna said, causing Naruto to smile. Thanks a lot, Tazuna. I'll see you guys back at the house. There's something I have to do, Naruto said before running off. Where's he going? Kurumu asked as they watched the distance between them and the blonde increase. He's just going to visit some people. Now, enough dilly-dallying. Let's get this tour started, Tazuna said as he turned to another direction. The others followed, but Ura looked over her shoulder at the direction Naruto left. With Naruto was whistling a tune as he walked through the forest. In his hand were two small bouquets of flowers. He stopped when he reached his destination and just stared at what was in front of him. In front of him were two small wooden crosses. One had a large sword stabbed to the ground beneath it, while the other had a white sash wrapped around it. It's been a while. Good to see you again, Zabuza Haku, Naruto said as he placed the flowers in front of the graves. Naruto stuffed his hand into his pockets as he stared at the graves, his expression one of deep thought. You don't have to hide. You can join me if you want, Naruto suddenly said, not turning away from the graves. There was a moment of silence before the sound of footsteps reached his ears. He finally moved his eyes from the graves to look at his guest. So what made you decide to join me, Ura-chan? He asked curiously. Ura looked at her friend to try and gauge his reaction. He didn't seem upset that she followed him despite how personal this seemed. She was curious about what he was doing but was surprised when she saw him visiting some graves. She was going to leave to allow him the privacy he deserved, but he called her out. Knowing she was caught, she walked over to him instead of trying to deny it. While the tour was enjoyable, I found myself unable to stay with them, Ura answered. And why is that? Naruto asked with a confused frown. Because Yukari and Kurumu decided to have another discussion about breast size. And while the nearby males seemed to have enjoyed the conversation, I did not. I thought it would be best to leave before I lost my sanity, but I was still curious about this place, so I thought I would come find you, she explained, causing Naruto to nod in understanding. I see. That won't be a problem, will? Ura asked genuinely. She did not want to intrude in this if it was personal. While she was curious about Naruto's past, she would wait until he would want to talk about it rather than prying into his business. It's no problem, Naruto reassured before turning back to the graves. Ura looked on as well. Although she didn't know who they were, she remained silent in respect. The two of them stood there in comfortable silence until Naruto spoke. You know, he was probably the first person I ever considered a friend, Naruto said, pointing to the grave that had the white cloth wrapped around it. Ura looked at him curiously but remained silent in case he wanted to continue. She didn't have to wait long. His name was Haku. I met him about 2 years ago when I first came to Wave. In fact, the field that we were at yesterday was where I first met him. Funny thing is, I thought he was a girl. Imagine my surprise when he told me that. I was so surprised because I thought he was one of the most beautiful girls I ever saw, Naruto said, chuckling as remembered his reaction when Haku said he was a boy. Ura raised an eyebrow and smirked in amusement when she heard but remained silent. We talked a little bit and he said something that really stuck with me. He said that when someone has someone precious to them, that's when they truly become strong. After that we talked a bit and we went our separate ways. I remembered hoping to meet him another day, he continued. Turns out I would see him again. But it was on the battlefield. Not only that, but we were on opposite sides, Naruto said, causing Ura's eyes to widen a bit. True, she heard about his mission from Inari when he explained it to the rest of them, but he did not know all the personal details. At first I didn't know he was the enemy since he wore a mask. He aimed an attack at me but my teammate Sasuke blocked it. It looked like he killed him and I went berserk. I started to beat him senseless, but then I smashed the mask he wore, and when I saw his face I froze. Once the fighting ended, he asked me to kill him. I was confused at first, but he told me that he failed his master, the person who gave him purpose. He said he was nothing but a broken tool. I was angry at first, but I decided to give him what he wanted. He was a strong person and he deserved an honorable death, Naruto said, looking up at the sky. I was about to deliver the finishing blow, but he dodged at the last second. Turns out his master was in danger. He quickly ran to him and took the blow meant for his master, killing himself in the process. As much as I hated the fact that he died, I couldn't help but find it fitting. He died protecting the one who was most precious to him. The one who gave him a reason to live. Naruto finished before pointing at the grave with the large sword behind it. That was his master. His name was Zabuza Momochi. He was one tough bastard, I'll tell you that. After Haku died protecting him, Gado came by and told us that he was canceling their contract. That he never planned on paying Zabuza, that he was going to kill him from the start. Needless to say, Zabuza was pissed. Zabuza was already injured. He lost the use of his arms, but he didn't let that stop him. He asked for a kunai and caught it with his teeth and then charged. He plowed through the thugs and killed Gado. But the thing that got me was that Zabuza was crying. He was a hardened warrior taught to block out emotions, but he cried when his apprentice, someone who was like a son to him, died protecting him. Naruto explained as Ura continued to listen. I learned something from those two. To always protect those precious to you, and that shinobi, no matter how seasoned, are still human beings. That no matter what, we still have emotions and it is alright to express them. Naruto finished. Ura waited to see if he was done talking. Seeing as he was done with his story, she decided to ask questions. You said that he was your first friend. What about your village? She asked carefully. Naruto was silent for a while, deciding if he should tell her the truth. Taking a deep breath, he made his decision. About 15 years ago, my village was attacked by a creature known as the Kyuubi no Yoko. The only way to stop it was to seal it away. But they couldn't seal it in just anything. They had to seal it in a newborn baby who just happened to have been born that very same day. He explained. It didn't take long for Ura to connect the dots. I was the baby that sealed the fox into. That day sealed my fate. I don't know who my parents were. I was told my father died defending the village while my mother died a few hours after childbirth. In order to try and give me a normal childhood, the Hokage, the village leader, passed a law saying it was forbidden to talk about the fox sealed into me. It didn't really work though. Naruto said with a bitter smile as he remembered his lonely childhood. What happened? Ura asked. The people couldn't tell the difference between the sword that killed their loved ones and the sheath that contained the weapon. Whenever somebody looked at me, they only say the demon that caused them so much pain. If it wasn't for the Hokage, I probably would have been killed a long time ago. But that didn't stop them from making my life miserable. They glared at me whenever they saw me. They overcharged me for basic necessities. They sabotaged my education. Hell, the moment I was able to walk and for coherent sentences, I was kicked out of the orphanage. I lived on the streets until the Hokage found me and gave me an apartment. Naruto explained. Ura couldn't believe what she heard. During her time in the human world, she and her sister didn't make any friend, but at least they had each other. Naruto had no one. He had to face the hatred of an entire village by himself, except the occasional help from an old man. How he was able to stay sane, she had no idea. What about the kids your age? Ura asked. Naruto shook his head before answering. Their parents' hatred spread to them. They didn't know the real reason why I was treated the way I was, but that didn't stop them from following their parents' footsteps. They mocked me without ever bothering to know me. He explained as the two of them fell into silence. You said you were born human, but you are clearly a Hanyu now. How exactly did that happen? Ura asked. It happened about 2 years ago. I was on a mission to retrieve another shinobi who defected from our village. Long story short, it was a complete failure. The thing was, I was the only one who received any punishment. The village council decided to suspend me for an entire year because they thought the Kyuubi's chakra was unstable and taking over me. Hearing this killed me. Being a shinobi was everything to me. I couldn't take it anymore, so I quit being a shinobi right then and there. Right before that meeting, Kurama, the Kyuubi, talked to me saying that the villagers would never see me the way I want them to. He told me that no matter how hard I try, they will always see me as the demon. I realized he was right, so why stop fighting? I had to train using his Yuki, and in time it started to change me. Eventually I became a Hanyu. Naruto answered. I see. Was the only thing Ura could say. I mean, what else was there? She never expected Naruto's past to be like that. Yay. Then I got a letter inviting me to attend Yokai Academy. I decided to see what it was like outside my village, and the next thing I know, I find myself at a school for yokai. Naruto finished. Again the two were silent until Naruto turned to Ura with a smile. But despite everything that happened, I don't think I would change anything if I had the chance, Naruto said, surprising the girl. Really? Why is that? Ura asked, surprised. Because if I never quit being a shinobi, I probably would have refused the invitation and never would have attended Yokai Academy. If that happened, chances are I never would have met you and the others. Despite all the pain I've been through, it was totally worth it because I got to meet you guys. Naruto said, his eyes telling her he meant every word he said. Naruto closed his eyes with a peaceful expression on his face. He never really talked to anyone about this and it felt pretty good, like a weight was lifted off of him. Everyone who knew of his situation knew beforehand. He never outright told anyone, he never got the chance to get it all off his chest. His eyes snapped open when he felt a pair of arms wrap around him. He slightly looked down to see a mop of silver hair. Blinking in confusion, his eyes widened when he realized Ura was hugging him. While he hugged Ura often, Ura never instigated it. She didn't know what came over her. All she knew was that her friend shared something very personal to her and that he must have brought back a few unwanted feelings as he told her about his past. She remembered when she was younger that her mother used to hug her whenever she was upset. Using that as an example, she went with the flow and embraced her blonde friend, although she did it with a light blush. It wasn't long before she felt his arms wrap around her. Not that I am complaining, but any reason why you're hugging me out of the blue? Naruto asked. Do you remember when you said I was your best friend? Ura asked, ignoring his question. Naruto frowned in confusion, wondering why she was asking a question like that. Yeah, why? He asked, confused. Did you mean it? She questioned. Naruto was wondering where she was going with this but answered. I meant every word. You are my best friend, Ura-chan. Naruto said softly, hugging her a bit tighter. Ura looked up and Naruto felt his face heat up a bit when he saw her smiling softly at him. It was a small smile, but it was still enough to make his breath hitch. While I am upset with how people treated you in the past, I am glad I was able to meet you. I'll admit you did annoy me quite a bit when we first met, but as time went by I found myself growing comfortable with your presence. I can honestly say you are also my best friend. I do not know how it happened, but it did. Ura explained, resting her head on his chest. She knew she was acting a bit out of character, but right now she did not care. Smiling at her news, Naruto rested his chin on her head as the two of them fell into a comfortable silence. Naruto and Ura were walking back to Tazuna's house. Still walking, Ura asked a question that was on her mind for a while. So what happened between you and Sakura? She asked, giving him a side glance. Naruto looked at her curiously before shrugging. Nothing much. We used to be teammates, now we're not. Naruto answered, causing Ura to roll her eyes. I already know that from that little conversation you had with her the other day. What I wanted to know was what happened. From what Inari said, you two got along well enough, but when you two talked together it was like you were hated enemies. Ura clarified. Naruto was silent before letting out a sigh. Okay, it's true. We used to get along fairly well. I would have risked my life for her, but then our other teammate Sasuke abandoned our village. I was part of the retrieval team to bring him back, but the mission ended up a failure. Needless to say, that didn't go well with Sakura. She blamed me for Sasuke's leaving. She was always obsessed with him, claiming that they would end up getting married and stuff. Him leaving hit her hard. Naruto explained. That's what's bothering her. She blames you? Ura asked incredulously. Pretty much, but do you want to know something funny? He asked. What? She questioned, looking at him with an arched brow. I used to have a huge crush on her, he said with a chuckle as he remembered his old obsession with the pink-haired girl. Hearing this caused Ura to stop in her tracks. Naruto also stopped as he looked at her curiously. You alright, Ura-chan? You used to like her? Ura asked carefully. Yeah, why? Naruto asked. What the hell was wrong with you? She asked bluntly. From what she's seen and heard of Sakura, she couldn't understand how someone could like her in a romantic fashion. I honestly don't know what I was thinking. I mean, every time I asked her out she would reject me and punch me as hard as she could. Maybe I was just that desperate for attention. Naruto said, shaking his head. I suppose so. Ura agreed as they continued on their way. It doesn't matter anyway. I got over her a long time ago. Naruto added, waving a dismissive hand. Naruto. Ura. Someone shouted from afar. Blinking in confusion, the two of them turned their heads and watched as their friends ran towards them. Most of their friends anyway. Yukari was missing from the group. Hey guys. What happened? Naruto asked as they reached them gasping for air. Why Yukari-chan? She's gone. Sukune said after recovering his breath. Hearing this caused Naruto's eyes to widen. Gone? What do you mean she's gone? Naruto asked. She's missing. 1 minute she was with us and then the next she was gone. Omid cried. The worry in her eyes was easily seen. Calm down Omid and tell us what happened. Ura advised. Omid nodded as she took a calming breath before explaining what happened earlier. Flashback. Sukune and the girls were running for dear life. Why? Well, the answer's simple. Somewhere along the way the lost sight of Tazuna and the boys that caught sight of the girls couldn't help but stare. Soon they found themselves in a similar position with them being surrounded by a bunch of strange males. Breaking free from their grasp they ran away hoping to get away. Sadly that was not the case as the boys began to give chase. What are we going to do? Omid shouted. I don't know, the boys back at school aren't this persistent, Kurumu said. I knew it. The human world is scary. Yukari cried trying running as fast as she could. Quick. Turn here. Sukune said making a sharp turn. The girls followed suit. By some sort of miracle the pursuing boys didn't seem to notice as they continued in the same direction causing the students of Yokai Academy to sigh in relief. That was a close one huh? Sukune asked looking at the girls. Kurumu nodded her head while Omid offered a weak smile in agreement. Yukari was silent but they could see her trembling. Are you alright Yukari-chan? Omid asked. I want to go home, I knew coming here was a mistake. The young witch shouted. Seeing this Sukune smiled sympathetically as he walked towards her hoping to calm her down. Calm down Yukari-chan. I know how you feel but everything will work out. Sukune said trying to comfort her but to his surprise Yukari glared at him. No you don't. You have no idea how I feel right now. My world and the human world are just too different for any one of you to understand, she shouted. Hey. He's just trying to make you feel better, there's no need to yell at him, Kurumu snapped as she grabbed the collar of Yukari's shirt. Kurumu-chan, maybe you should put her down, she's just a bit overwhelmed. Omid urged hoping to ease the situation. Kurumu was about to say something else but a black blur flew right past her causing her to release her hold on Yukari. What was that? She asked looking around. I think it was a bird. Sukune guessed. I think Sukune is right. Omid said nervously as she pointed a shaky finger above. The others looked at where she was pointing and gulped when they saw a large group of crows in the air. But the thing that got them nervous was the predatory gleam in their eyes as they gazed down on them. Are they looking at us or am I just seeing things? Sukune asked hoping it was just his imagination. They're definitely looking at us, Kurumu answered. Maybe we should try and walk away, Omid suggested nervously. Okay. Let's just get out of here slowly. Sukune agreed taking a cautious step away but the crows noticed and dove. The group screamed as they were suddenly attacked by crows coming from all directions. Damn it! Why are they attacking us? Sukune shouted only to yelp in pain when he felt the crows pecking him relentlessly. Go away you stupid birds! Kurumu shouted as she tried to bat the crows away but every time she swatted one away two more would take its place. Omid wasn't much better as she tried to shield herself from the birds. Looking around she noticed something. Yukari was no longer with them. Looking around she tried to spot the young witch but there was no sign of her. Yukari-chan is missing. Omid gasped. Hearing this, the others looked around trying to find her but like Omid they were unable to find her. Where did she go? Kurumu asked smacking a crow away. I don't know, Sukune said shielding his face. End of flashback. After that the crows just left. We looked around the town but we couldn't find her anywhere. Sukune finished. Naruto and Ura were silent as they absorbed the information. This isn't good. Not only is she missing but she's freaked out about the humans here. Naruto muttered scratching his head. This is all my fault. Sukune said drawing attention to himself. What do you mean Sukune-kun? Kurumu asked. She's right. I didn't understand how she truly felt about this place. I am supposed to be her friend but I still didn't realize how scared she was. I noticed she was nervous earlier but I thought it would go away after we left the crowd. Sukune answered in a dejected tone. It's not your fault Sukune. We all feel the same way. We should have been more understanding. So let's go find her and let her know her friends are here for her. Omid said with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Sukune brightened up a bit and a look of determination filled his eyes. Alright, let's go. Sukune said as he walked away intent on finding the young witch. Kurumu and Omid nodded as they followed the human. It seems like our moment of peace is over, Ura said. Are you complaining? Naruto asked, glancing at the silver-haired vampire. Of course not, it was getting a little boring here anyway. Ura answered with a smirk, causing Naruto to roll his eyes in amusement. The two of them were about to follow their friends when Naruto spotted something. He looked around and saw a large group of what appeared to be crows flying around a cliff that overlooked the town. Crows? Could they be the same ones that attacked the others? Naruto wondered. Elsewhere, opening her eyes, Yukari observed her surroundings and blinked in confusion. The last thing she remembered was getting attacked by a bunch of crows in the city, but now she found herself standing in the middle of a forest. Where am I? Where did everyone go? Yukari asked herself. Oh, you're awake. A voice said from behind, startling the young witch. Whipping her head around, she found herself staring at an older girl with long dark brown hair and red eyes. The older girl was standing there with a peaceful expression as a few crows flew around her, but instead of being hostile like before, they were flying around the girl in a calm, peaceful manner. How are you feeling, young witch? I saw how distressed you were in the human city. She continued, spitting out the word human with venom. The city is so terrible. No wind, water or flowers. Ever since that bridge was, but the city has prospered, but at a price. The city is slowly taking over nature. As a fellow witch, I am sure you can agree with me that this city is destroying what we hold near and dear, right? How do you know I am a witch? Yukari asked, taking a step back. Seeing this, a crow flew towards her, causing the young witch to shriek in fright, remembering her last encounter with these birds. You don't have to be afraid of them. They're my friends. I asked them to bring you to me and away from those humans. The older girl said, smiling at Yukari. What are you? Yukari asked nervously. My name is Ruby. Like you, I am a witch, and I would really like it if you and I could become friends. The now identified Ruby explained. You're a witch? Yukari asked, surprised. She was not expecting to meet another of her kind. I am. Ruby answered. Why did you separate me from my friends? Yukari asked. Hearing this caused Ruby to frown. Friends? They are not your friends, Yukari. They're human, and all humans are enemies. Ruby answered before turning away and looking at the city view. I have lived in the human world for a very long time, so I understand. Almost every human in existence are weak compared to us. The only thing they are capable is destruction. Interacting with them is pointless. Ever since that bridge was built, the city has been expanding, destroying the forest around them, but they do not care. Eventually the beautiful nature will be destroyed and replaced. My master and I will not just stand by and let that happen. We will rid this place of those horrible humans. So will you help us? Ruby asked, looking at Yukari expectantly. The younger witch frowned as she thought about Ruby's words. She couldn't really deny her words because she believed the same thing. Most humans that she has ever met shunned and feared her when they figured out she was a witch. Maybe she should help. Giving a tentative nod, she watched as Ruby's face lit up before hugging the younger witch, rubbing her cheek against hers in an affectionate manner. Really? That's great. Now we can be friends, she said cheerfully. You're not serious, are you, Yukari-chan? A voice called out. The two witches turned to see Naruto and the others run out of the bushes facing them. Naruto ni? Yukari whispered in shock. For a second she forgot all about her friends. Ruby's eyes narrowed when she saw them. What do you want, humans? How did you even find us? She sneered at them. We came here looking for Yukari-chan. As for how we found you, well, next time you use a flock of crows to do your work, you should separate them instead of having them flock around you. A large group of crows flying around the middle of the forest right after my friends were attacked by them. A little suspicious if you ask me. Naruto explained with a shrug, ignoring the human remark. More importantly, we heard everything you said. Sukune added, looking directly at Yukari, causing her to flinch. Great, they must hate me now. She thought, not able to look into the eyes of Naruto and Sukune. They were both human, or half-human in Naruto's case, and they just said they heard her agree to clearing this place of humans. No doubt they hated her now. Yukari-chan, we're sorry. We didn't consider your feeling when we came here. Let's just forget about this whole mess and return to Yokai Academy. Sukune suggested with a warm smile. What? Was the only thing that came out of her mouth. Didn't they hear what she said, even after that they still accepted her? Tears started to form in her eyes. How could she have been so stupid? True, most humans she has encountered have been cruel, but the same could be said about any race. No matter what, there was always good and bad, so she should judge the entire human race based on the few interactions she had. Naruto and Sukune were good examples of that. Despite being human or part human, they still accepted her and treated her like they would anyone else. He's right, Yukari-chan. We can head back to Tazuna's house for the night and then we can head back to school first thing tomorrow. Naruto added. Naruto ni, Sukune-kun, Yukari said as she took a step towards them, grateful to have friends like the people in front of her. But after the first step, Sukune's shoulder exploded in blood. Sukune! Omid shouted in fear as the human fell to the ground. What happened? A shocked Kurumu asked as she and Omid ran to either side of their fallen friend. Don't believe them, Yukari-chan. Like I said earlier, humans are evil. They're just tricking you. Ruby said, glaring at the group in front of her. Naruto glared at her, but his eyes widened a bit when he saw 6 crow wings on her back, 3 on each side. What was that for? He shouted after recovering from his surprise. Simple. Humans are our enemies and I will kill all enemies in front of me, she said coldly. Sukune, Yukari whispered, still in shock as a few stray tears fell from her eyes. It's all right, Yukari-chan. You don't have to pretend they're your friends. They're nothing but lying humans. Besides, you and I are friends from now on, right? Ruby explained gently. How could you do this to Sukune-kun? Kurumu shouted, glaring at the older witch with hatred in her eyes. They never understood you, right? They just ignored your true feelings. Are these the kind of people you want to associate yourself with? Ruby continued on, ignoring the look of rage from the succubus. Just shut up already, Naruto shouted as he threw a kunai at her. Ruby raised an eyebrow at this before using one of her 6 wings as a shield. The kunai bounced off it harmlessly. She was about to comment on the pathetic attack when she heard a hissing sound. Frowning in confusion, she looked around until she spotted a piece of paper that was lit on fire attached to the knife. Quickly acting, she shielded herself with her wings, protecting her from the incoming explosion. It wasn't enough to hurt her, but it was enough to push her away from Yukari. Her wings act like a blade. We cannot just charge at her recklessly, Ura commented, keeping her eyes on Ruby. I know. 6 wings mean 6 weapons she can wield at once. We have to be careful, Naruto added. I don't know how you made that knife explode, but I will end you, Ruby stated as she charged at them. Ura jumped away, but Naruto decided to take the direct approach. Instead of dodging, he charged forward, shifting her body in order to avoid her blades. Now inside her guard, he hit 3 consecutive punches to her stomach, followed by a spinning kick to her head, sending her flying. Take that, Naruto said with a grin, watching Ruby stand back on her feet. Impossible. How can a human move like that? Ruby thought after replaying what just transpired. Seeing this caused Ura to sigh. Looks like Naruto had things under control. What a shame, she could use a good fight. Walking towards the other, she looked at Omid, who was kneeling beside Sukune, a worried expression plastered on her face. How is he? She asked. He's not doing too well. He's lost a lot of blood, Omid answered in a panicked tone, tears forming at the corner of her eyes. Yukari, who was standing a few feet away from them, heard this and she felt her heart break. Sukune was very hurt. Hurt because of Ruby. Trying to calm her nerves, Yukari walked over until she was standing next to Naruto. She was looking down, her hat shadowing her eyes. What are you doing, Yukari-chan? Get away from that human, Ruby said while Naruto looked at the younger witch with a raised brow. I can't forgive you, Yukari muttered. What was that, Yukari-chan? Ruby asked with a frown. Yukari raised her head and looked at her defiantly. These are my friends. Even if it's another witch, I won't forgive them for hurting my friends, she said, glaring at Ruby. Ruby's eyes widened in shock while Naruto had a small smile on his face. With the others on the sidelines, Omid was happy to see Yukari standing up for her friends, but the moment of happiness left as soon as it arrived. Looking back down at the fallen Sukune, she bit her lip in thought. "Sukune, please wake up." Omid pleaded, gently nudging him, hoping he would get up, but it didn't work. "If I don't do something, he's going to die," the pinkette thought. "I am sorry, Sukune. This is the only thing I can think of," Omid whispered before leaning down and biting down on his neck. The only one who noticed was Ura, who widened her eyes a bit in surprise. "Omid, what are you doing?" she asked warily. Of course she knew what she was doing, but was surprised nonetheless. With Naruto and the witch's ruby was frozen in place after Yukari's declaration, she chose to side with the humans rather than her own race. Her body began to shake as she narrowed her eyes, glaring at the two people standing in front of her. "I can't accept this," she whispered. "What was that?" Naruto asked with a frown, not hearing what she just said. How can she do this? Choosing friendship over her own race, the older witch, though clenching her teeth in frustration. "I can't accept this at all," she shouted, preparing her wings for another attack. Naruto was about to react when a large wave of Yuki filled the field. Turning towards the source, Naruto's eyes widened when he saw Omid biting into Sukune's neck. "What the hell is she doing?" Naruto asked, confused. Hearing this, Ura decided to answer his question. "She is trying to replenish the blood he lost by giving her own to him," the silver-haired vampire answered. "Is that even safe?" Naruto asked. "I am afraid that there are some side effects and it is not a 100% guarantee," Ura answered. "Don't turn your back on me," a voice shouted. Turning around, Naruto had just enough time to dodge the bladed wings that were heading straight at him. "I get that you have a bit of a grudge, but don't you think you are taking it a bit too far? I mean, blaming every single human for your problems," Naruto said, dodging another wing that was trying to cut him to ribbons. "Shut up. What do you know? It's obvious that your lies have a much stronger hold on Yukari-chan than I originally thought. Once I finish you off, I'll free her from your lies and then I'll be her friend," Ruby shouted, using her wings as a shield to protect her from the shuriken thrown at her. "If you want to be friends with her, then just ask her. You don't have to kill all her other friends," Naruto pointed out as he ducked down to avoid another slash. "Lies. You were never her friend to begin with. You're just lying to her," Ruby persisted. "All right. I was trying to be nice, but if you don't want to listen to reason, then I guess I'll just have to kick your ass," Naruto shouted as he began to make some hand seals. "Please, you're nothing but a human. You may have gotten some lucky shots, but I am done playing," Ruby stated, preparing her wings for a finishing blow. Just when they were about to launch their attacks, they felt a shift in the wave of Yuki from earlier. At first it filled the whole area, but now it focused at one point. Turning back to the source, they looked in confusion as he stood up on shaky legs, Omid watching him worriedly. "What the hell is going on?" Naruto asked, to no one in particular. His eyes widened though when he noticed something. Sukune's appearance took a drastic change. His eyes. They were no longer the same caring brown eyes that he usually had. Now they were blood red with slitted pupils, staring at Ruby as if she was nothing but an annoying fly. Without a word, he began walking towards them with an air of confidence that he didn't normally possess. "How are you still standing? That was a fatal blow. You're just a simple human. It should be impossible for you to be standing," Ruby said, turning a bit frantic. "What's happening?" Naruto asked. Omid injected her own blood into Sukune in hopes of healing him. Because of this, he is reacting to the vampire blood that is now in his body. Because of that, it seems that he is a vampire hybrid, Ura explained. "Wait, so he's a Han you like me now?" Naruto asked in shock, but Ura shook her head. "Not exactly. I guess you could say he is a temporary hybrid. Eventually the vampiric properties of Omid's blood will disappear and Sukune will return to normal, in theory anyway," she explained. "What do you mean in theory?" Naruto asked cautiously, causing Ura to frown. "I am not 100% positive on what will happen. I have never seen something like this before done," she answered honestly, causing Naruto to nod in understanding. But that didn't make him any less nervous. He was about to go back there and help his friend, but blinked at what happened next. Back with Sukune and Ruby, the older witch watched in a nervous sweat as Sukune stalked towards her. She was unnerved by the powerful aura around him. How did that happen anyway? One moment he was lying on the ground practically dead, and the next minute the human possesses a large amount of Yuki. Stealing her nerves, she glared at Sukune. "It doesn't matter. In the end, you're still my enemy," she shouted, preparing to finish him off. Faster than she could blink, Sukune appeared right in front of her with his fist cocked back. Ruby gasped as a force of unimaginable pain slammed into her gut. She opened her mouth to scream, but no sound escaped. Her vision began to blur as she felt as if her insides were being crushed into dust. Impossible. How could he have beaten me? I thought he was human, was I wrong? Ruby thought before her vision blacked out. Sukune-kun. Yukari shouted in surprise. She was about to congratulate him when he fell to his knees, his eyes returning to normal, gasping for air. Sukune. The girls, except Ura, shouted as they ran towards him to make sure he was all right. Naruto thought was too busy gaping at what just transpired. Seeing this, Ura raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to explain what was going on in his mind. How is this possible? Naruto asked, still staring at the spot where Sukune defeated Ruby. I already explained it to you. Omid gave him her blood. This was the result. Ura explained with a frown. What was so hard about that to understand? No, not that. Naruto said, shaking his head with a troubled look. I mean, how the hell did he beat her so easily? As far as I know, Sukune doesn't even know how to throw a proper punch, but he beats Ruby with one hit. I was a trained shinobi, but Sukune just made me look like a novice. Naruto explained. Nothing against Sukune, but this really hurt his pride. Are you serious? That's what has you so troubled? Not the witch or the fact that Sukune almost died? Ura asked with a deadpan expression. Oh, well, when you put it that way, Naruto trailed off with a sheepish expression. To answer your question, the reason Sukune defeated her in one hit was that his attack held all the vampiric powers that was stored in his body while you toyed around with her, trying to use your words to reason with her. Ura explained, causing Naruto to sigh in relief. Right, I guess we should go back to Tezuna's. Sukune looks like he's going to pass out any minute now. Naruto suggested, pointing to Sukune, who looked to be struggling with consciousness. What about her? Ura asked, pointing towards Ruby's fallen form. We could take her with us. Maybe see if there's any more witches causing trouble here. Who knows, we might even be able to help her get over her hatred of humans. Naruto answered with a shrug. I suppose that would be best. Ura agreed. Walking towards the witch, picking her up bridal style, causing Ura's eyebrow to twitch. Calm one, guys. We're heading back to the house. Naruto called out. The others heard him and nodded in agreement. Omid and Kurumu each grabbed an arm of Sukune to help him walk. With that, the group left the forest, heading towards Tezuna's house. Tezuna's house, it's already laid out. Naruto mused, observing the night sky. Thank God. Sukune muttered tiredly. He still felt strained from the earlier events. Creating a clone, Naruto handed Ruby to him. Take her inside and find a place where she can sleep. Also, if you see anyone from Konoha, tell them to talk to me before they do anything about Ruby. Naruto ordered his clone. You got it, boss. The clone nodded before entering the house. You guys go inside and get some rest. I am going to chill outside for a bit. Naruto said, lying on the ground gazing at the night sky. Don't have to tell me twice. Kurumu muttered tiredly. Good night, Ni-san. Yukari said, entering the house. Guess we'll see you in the morning. Omid added with a tired smile before helping Sukune into the house, leaving Naruto and Ura. What about you? Aren't you going to head to bed? Naruto asked, still lying on the ground. I thought I would keep you company. Besides, someone has to keep an eye on you, or else you would run off somewhere causing trouble, Ura answered. Ouch, to think you would have such little faith in me, Ura-chan, Naruto said in mock pain. How do you know that the witch won't attack us while we are sleeping? Ura asked curiously. I'll make a couple clones just in case. Besides, she's in a house filled with potential enemies. I am sure she'll think twice before doing something like that. Naruto answered calmly. Sometimes I do not understand how you are able to remain so relaxed at times, Ura said, shaking her head a bit, but you could hear the amusement in her voice. Because I am just that awesome. Naruto answered with a fox-like grin before his face turned serious. Are you sure Sukune will be alright? Ura sighed before answering. As of right now, he's just exhausted. He will be a little sore, especially where Omid bit him, but other than that he should be fine. Like I said, I am not entirely sure. This is all based off of observation, since I've never seen this happen before, she answered honestly. Standing to his feet, Naruto stretched a bit before turning to the silver-haired girl. Hopefully things will turn out for the best, he said before turning towards the house but stopped when he felt a tug on his arm. Turning around he saw Ura standing there, her hand grabbing his arm, preventing him from leaving. "Can I help you?" he asked with a raised brow. His only answer was the smirk that found its way on her face, her eyes looking into his before glancing at his neck. Noticing this, Naruto stared at her blankly before his face broke into a small fond smile. "Guess I do owe you for listening to me rant about my past. Go ahead," he said, turning his head a bit, exposing his neck to her. That was all it took. Without another word, Ura grabbed his shirt, pulled him closer and bit into his neck, moaning in delight as the delicious blood flooded her taste buds. Chuckling, Naruto rubbed her gently, encouraging her to have her fill. Back inside the house, Sakura Haruno was walking towards the door, intent on talking to Naruto. The Konoha team did not have any success, so when Naruto and his friends came in with someone involved in the whole witch attack thing, they were surprised. They were about to go to her to get some question, but the clone just told them to wait till the morning and to let him talk to her first. When questioned why, he said seeing too many new people would most likely freak her out and put her on guard. With that, he found a place for Ruby to sleep. The other Konoha shinobi agreed to let Naruto deal with it first, since he was the one who found her, everyone but Sakura. Still miffed at his attitude with her, she decided to go outside for some answers. Looking out the window, she saw something that caused her to narrow her eyes. Naruto was outside embracing that silver-haired girl Ura. She noticed how close the two of them looked, but this seeing them in such an intimate gesture annoyed her greatly. Clenching her fist, she walked back to the room she was staying in. Tomorrow she would talk to Naruto and knock some sense into him. It was about time he stopped playing around and come back to the shinobi life so he could help bring Sasuke back. Next day after that, we brought her back here. Hopefully we can get some answers, Naruto said, explaining the yesterday's events to Neji, not mentioning that his friends were yokai or that it was Sukune who defeated Ruby when he became a half-vampire hybrid. "I see. You know this is our mission. It would make more sense to allow us to interrogate her," Neji said. "Maybe, but like I said last night, she already distrusts humans. If any more go to her, especially with the intention of stopping her allies, then she will shut down and refuse to give us any answers," Naruto explained. Neji was silent before nodding. "Very well. You have never given me a reason to doubt you before. I will trust you with this, but you will have to tell us everything you learn from her. Also, we will be joining you when you confront the rest of the witches, if there are any, because I know you and you will go wherever there to stop them," Neji finished with a smirk. "Damn, am I that easy to read?" Naruto asked, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Neji snorted in response. "You, easy to read? Please, you are the most unpredictable person in the world. The only thing predictable about you is your need to help those in need and your obsession with ramen," Neji said, causing Naruto to gasp in exasperation. "What's this? The normally stoic Hyuga prodigy making a joke," he said with a grin. "How amusing," Neji said with a blank look before smiling a bit. "Since you will be in charge of the interrogation, I will go find the rest of my team. Well, head to where you battled Ruby and scan the area around it. Maybe we will be able to find some clues." "Well, good luck with that," Naruto said, standing up preparing to head for Ruby's room with. Nodding towards the blonde, Neji also stood up, heading for the opposite direction. As he walked through the halls of Tazuna's home, he heard some voices around the corner. Curiosity getting the best of him, he stopped at the corner, staying hidden. He raised an eyebrow when he saw who was talking. "Can I help you?" Ura asked in an annoyed tone. "Actually, yes, you can. I don't know why you chose Naruto, but I want you to leave him alone. Whatever you have planned won't work," Sakura said, glaring at the silver-haired girl in front of him. Both Naruto and Ura frowned in confusion, wondering what she was talking about. "I don't know what you are talking about, but I do not take kindly of you accusing me of false crimes," Ura growled out. Sakura was starting to get on her nerves. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Sakura continued to glare at the vampire. "What I mean is I want you to stop seducing him," she shouted. The hallway was silent as both Ura and Naruto adopted blank looks on their faces. "What?" was the only thing Ura could think to say. "You know what I mean. I saw you two last night, embracing each other like the two of you were lovers or something," Sakura said, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Ura was silent as she tried to think what the hell she was talking about. After a moment of thought, her eyes widened a bit when realization struck. She must have seen them when she was sucking his blood, and Naruto had the habit of rubbing her back, encouraging her to go on. Now that she thought about it, it did look rather intimate to any onlooker who didn't know what was actually going on. Blushing a bit at this realization, she crossed her arms and stared defiantly at the pink-haired Kunoichi. First of all, you don't know what you're talking about. Secondly, why do you even care? From what I have heard, you have a very low opinion of Naruto. Ura said, raising a delicate brow. I don't care. The only thing I care about is Sasuke-kun. That baka promised to bring him back to me, but he failed. Then he decided to get an attitude problem, and he quit being a shinobi and just started ignoring me. He leaves the village to go to some useless school. I finally see him again, but instead of growing up and admitting his mistakes, he starts insulting me. The blonde baka I know would never do that, so the only reasonable answer is that you've been having a negative influence on him. Sakura answered boldly. She was confident that her answer was spot. In the end, it all comes down to her obsession with that traitor. She doesn't care at me at all. She only cares about me brining Sasuke back to her. Naruto thought, shaking his head in disbelief. Do you honestly believe that? Ura asked, looking at Sakura as if she grew a second head. I do. Sakura answered firmly. And I thought Naruto was an idiot, Ura thought dryly. First of all, I was not fully aware of Naruto's situation until recently. If you want an answer to his recent behavior with you, then think of it as a result of your mistreatment towards him. As for influencing him in order to make him forget about your village and his promise to you, I have nothing to do with that. You said he needed to grow up, but maybe it is you who needs to grow up and stop blaming others. Naruto is a great friend, and although he can be an idiot at times, he is someone I trust and respect. Ura said. Hearing this caused Naruto to smile, but Sakura merely scoffed. I don't know you, but I can already tell that I don't like you, Sakura started. The feeling's mutual. Ura interrupted, but Sakura continued as if she didn't hear. All I know is that Naruto has changed and I don't like it one bit, she finished, glaring at him. And how is that my fault? I only met him a few months ago. From what I heard, his change, as you put it, happened a few years ago, Ura said through gritted teeth. She was starting to lose her patience. You don't understand anything. Stay away from him so he can return to normal, come back home and finish his promise to me, Sakura said, holding firm to her belief that Ura was to blame. Let me make something perfectly clear, Haruno. You do not order me around. I am barely holding myself from beating you to the ground, so think of your next move carefully. Ura warned, glaring at Sakura, her patience finally gone. You beat me to the ground? Sakura asked incredulously. Snorting, she looked at Ura with a smug expression. I am the apprentice of Tsunade. You have no chances of beating me. Sakura had no idea how strong Ura truly was. She thought she was just a simple civilian. Unknowingly, she just unleashed the wrath of a very prideful and very angry vampire. That's it. You and me, outside now. I will enjoy driving my foot into you, skull. Ura growled out with narrowed eyes before stalking towards the door, Sakura following behind. Naruto stepped out from his spot, shaking his head. Damn it. Why is everything so complicated? Naruto whined as he followed the two girls. Last thing he needed was for Ura to kill Sakura and have Konoha hunting them down. Stepping outside, he watched as Ura and Sakura facing each other, getting ready for their fight. Are you sure you want to do this? It's not too late to back down? Sakura taunted, causing Ura to narrow her eyes. Back down from you. Please. You're about as intimidating as a housefly. You're just as annoying as one too. Ura shot back with a smirk. That's it. Sakura shouted as she charged at Ura. Cocking her clenched fist, the pink-haired girl aimed a punch at her silver-haired opponent. Seeing this, Ura moved her head to avoid the punch before grabbing her arm. Using Sakura's momentum, she threw the girl over her shoulder, sending her crashing into one of the nearby trees. Is that all? Ura asked with a frown. With my Rosario still on, I expected more of a challenge from a shinobi, she thought to herself as she watched Sakura get back to her feet. That was just a lucky shot, Sakura said before charging again. She sent another punch, but instead of dodging, Ura caught the fist with one hand. Looking at Sakura with a disappointed glance, Ura scoffed before driving her knee into her stomach, followed with a right fist, leaving a nasty bruise on her face. Cursing, Sakura gathered chakra in her hand as she began to heal her face, the bruise soon disappearing. Naruto also frowned at this. He didn't expect much from Sakura, but still. She said she was Tsunade's apprentice. Was this all she was capable of? You constantly degrade Naruto and yet this is all you're capable of. Pathetic. Ura said, smirking when she saw Sakura's eye twitch. Shut up. She roared, running towards Ura. Ura shook her head as she blocked a kick from Sakura. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she pulled her foot back and aimed a punch, but like the last of her attacks, Ura blocked it effortlessly. Having enough of this, Ura pushed her arm away before delivering a sweep kick at Sakura's legs, causing her to fall on her back. Widening her eyes, Sakura was able to roll out of the way, avoiding the foot heading right at her. Damn it. I didn't think I would have to use this against you. Sakura spat as she stood back on her feet. Oh, are you saying you've been holding back? Ura asked amusingly. Maybe she would be more of a challenge than she originally thought. Growling in frustration, Sakura began to focus her chakra into her fist before jumping in the air. Ura jumped out of the way to avoid the attack, but her eyes widened a bit as she watched the attack crack the ground on impact. I must admit, I wasn't expecting that, Ura muttered. Tsunade taught me how to use her chakra-enhanced strength, Sakura explained with a confident smirk. Huh. She can use Ba-chan's super strength, but still that was pretty weak. I guess she didn't master it yet, Naruto observed. Well now, it looks like this will prove to be more of a challenge, Ura said, causing Sakura's eyes to narrow. Was she still underestimating her? She was about to attack, but Ura decided to make the first move this time. Even though most of her Yuki was sealed, it didn't mean she couldn't fight. Moving at a speed that surprised Sakura, Ura punched her in the gut, followed by a spinning kick to the side of the head. Growling, Sakura went for a chakra-infused punch. Blocking it, Ura winced a bit. That actually hurt. Growling in frustration, Sakura gathered as much chakra as she could into her fist. Seeing this, Ura mentally cursed. She was too close to dodge in time, so instead she crossed her arms in order to block the fist. Wincing again, Ura was pushed back, her feet dragging on the ground, creating a dust cloud until she ended up crashing into a surprised Naruto. Groaning, Naruto opened his eyes as Ura shook her head a bit to get the cobwebs out of her head. Blue eyes met red and they just blinked in confusion as they looked at their position. Naruto was lying down, his arms wrapped around Ura's waist while she was on top of him, her hands resting on his chest. Their faces were inches apart. Both remained silent until they realized what happened and their faces erupted into flames. Naruto only blushed harder when Ura shifted a bit, unintentionally pressing her breasts against him. Hey you, Ura-chan. Naruto stuttered. He didn't know what happened, but he could barely concentrate. He was mesmerized by her ruby eyes, the feel of her body pressed against him. For someone who was so strong, she was also so soft and warm. She was so close he could feel her breath caress his face. Naruto. Ura said, equally flustered, getting lost in his sapphire eyes. She had no idea how to react. Normally, if it was any other boy who tried to get this close to her, she would pulverize them to the ground, but this was different. She couldn't explain it, but with Naruto it was always different. She could feel the muscles through his shirt as she felt herself get intoxicated from his scent. However, their little moment was interrupted by an irate Sakura. What the hell are you doing? We're in the middle of a spar, the kunoichi shouted, glaring at them. In her mind, this just proved that Ura was trying to seduce Naruto in order to keep him from going to Konoha to keep his promise. However, her words worked like a switch and the two jumped away from each other as if they were burned. Sorry about that, Naruto muttered, rubbing his neck in embarrassment, his face still red. No, it's my fault. I was the one who crashed into you, Ura said, not able to look him in the eye, her face glowing red. Naruto absently thought how cute she looked, all flustered and embarrassed, but kept that to himself. No need to anger her. Coughing into his hand, Naruto tried to find a way to get rid of this awkward tension. Oh, that's right. You still have your fight with Sakura, Naruto pointed out. Ura blinked before her lips twitched into the tiniest bit of a smile, thankful for the reminder and the way out of this awkward moment. That's right. Thank you for the reminder, she said. She was about to turn back towards Sakura, but the hand that grasped her shoulder made her pause. Raising an eyebrow in question, Naruto just smirked. I don't know about you, but the things Sakura has been saying have been annoying me a lot. Since she's going all out, I see no reason why you should NT either, he explained with his smirk turning into a kitsune-like grin. Really? You don't think I can take her down like this? Ura asked with a smirk of her own. Not at all, but she's been talking a big game. Maybe you should show what happens when she faces someone that's out of her league. Naruto answered, his grin still in place. Plus don't act like you wouldn't enjoy crushing her after everything she's said to you. Too true. Ura chuckled before nodding her head in consent. With a flick of the wrist, Naruto snatched the Rosario. What's taking you so long? Sakura shouted, only for her to break into a nervous sweat when a strange energy filled the area. It was like chakra, but at the same time it was nothing alike. Compared to chakra, it was much darker, more menacing. So distracted by this, she took no notice of Ura's eyes, which now had slitted pupils. Now then, why don't you show me what you're capable, oh great apprentice of Tsunade? Ura taunted with a smirk. What was that? Sakura snapped, regaining herself. You heard me. I am through playing with you. I think it's about time I end this. Ura said, a predatory gleam appearing in her eyes. That's it. I've had enough of you. Sakura roared, charging at Ura as she prepared another one of her chakra-enhanced punch. Smirk still in place, Ura raised her hand and caught the punch without moving a single inch. What? Sakura stuttered in shock. How was she able to catch her punch like that? She tried to pull her arm back, but Ura squeezed it tight, causing her to wince under the pressure. It seems like the only thing you can do is punch. No style, no finesse, just random punching. Ever since I have met you have constantly belittled Naruto and spoke to me like I was nothing but dirt beneath your feet. You have acted like you were a great warrior, and look at you now. Ura explained as she increased the pressure of her grip, causing Sakura to wince again as a small whimper escaped her lips. I think it's about time I show you how far the distance is between you and I. Why, yay, right. You're all talk. Sakura said, trying to keep her cool, but failed when she winced again under the pressure her hand was under. It felt like it would break any second. All talk? I guess you have a point. After all, they say actions speak louder than words. Ura said, releasing her hold before slammed her foot into Sakura's ribcage. Gasping in pain, Sakura left herself wide open for a punch to her jaw, sending her flying. Getting back to her feet, Sakura looked up only to bend over when an unbelievably strong force slammed into her stomach, followed by an uppercut. Her vision starting to blur a little, Sakura tried a straight right, but Ura sidestepped out of the way before hitting a spinning heel kick to her shoulder. How is she beating me? Sakura thought as Ura laterally threw her around like a ragdoll. I guess this is it. Hopefully you now know your place, Ura said, delivering a final kick. 2 years of training, and yet the strength between us is this great. Sakura thought before she blacked out. Off on the sidelines, Naruto whistled at the damage done by Ura. Not going to lie, I really enjoyed that, Naruto said. After all the abuse he received from Naruto, it was kind of nice seeing her on the other end. As did I, Ura admitted as Naruto handed back her Rosario, putting it back on as her power was sealed. Hopefully she didn't notice you're a yokai. If Konoha found out I associate with yokai, or if I am a Hanyu, then things are going to get real annoying. Naruto said, thinking about what could happen if they ever found out. It would give all his haters a reason to finally kill him. I doubt she noticed, and if so, we can say it was her mind playing tricks on her under the stress of the fight. Ura said. Nodding in agreement, Naruto created a clone, ordering it to take Sakura to her room. Anyway, before this whole thing started, I was going to head to Ruby's room to get some answers. Want to come with me? The others are probably there, Naruto said, heading towards the house. I suppose so. Nothing better to do. Ura shrugged as she followed the blonde. Pausing at the door, Naruto looked over his shoulder with a grin. By the way, nice job back there, Naruto complimented. Of course, did you expect anything else? Ura asked with a smirk. With the rest of the Rosario vampire crew, Ruby, this is a human city, a young man said, holding the hands of a young girl. Wow, the lights are so bright here. Almost like stars. A young Ruby said, marveling at the sights in front of her. Chuckling in amusement, the mother looked at her daughter fondly. Looks like you love it here already. Ruby, if one day witches and humans can live together peacefully, wouldn't that be great? Her father asked with a wistful smile. As the two were talking, they heard a honking sound. Turning around, Ruby's eyes widened when she saw a car heading right for them, the driver extremely drunk. Before she could even scream, she was pushed out of the way. The last thing she heard were her parents screaming as the car hit them. Waking up with a start, Ruby was sweating profusely, gasping for air. That dream again. Just how long will I have to relive that moment? Ruby thought to herself as she tried to regain himself. Scanning the room, she found the group from Yokai Academy staring at her in concern. Everyone but the blonde-haired boy and silver-haired girl were here. Sitting up, she threw the shots off of her before looking at them with narrowed eyes. What's going on? Where am I? She asked before wincing as she felt a lot of pain coming from her ribcage. You shouldn't be moving around so suddenly, Ruby-san. You're still injured, Sukune advised. Ruby eyed them suspiciously, trying to remember what happened. Is this a dream? No, I remember these people. I tried to kill them earlier but they beat me somehow. She was about to speak when the door to her rooms opened and the missing two from the group entered. Hey, looks like our guest is awake, the blonde said with a cheerful grin as he made his way in. Naruto Ura-chan, you're back, Omid said with a smile. Yeah, I just had a talk with Neji, Naruto said. What about Ura-san? I felt a large amount of Yuki earlier, Kurumu asked curiously. Yuki? What are they talking about? They're just humans, how can they sense something like Yuki unless I was wrong? No, that can't be it, Ruby thought, trying to figure out what was going on. Sakura kept pushing Ura-chan, eventually she snapped and pushed back. Hard. Naruto sighed as Ura crossed her arms. It's her fault. The nerve of her talking to me like that, she huffed. You guys should have seen it. What a beat down, Naruto said with a grin. Enough of this. What's going on? Where am I? What are you? Ruby asked, fed up with not knowing anything. The group turned silent as they looked at each other before Sukune took the initiative. Well, my name is Sukune Aono. I am a human and we came here for summer break, the brown-haired boy answered, causing Ruby's eyes to widen. Human? You expect me to believe you're human? No human can defeat a witch like me, Ruby shouted in disbelief. No, I really am human. I guess the best way to explain how I beat you was that I was borrowing some power from a yokai, right? Sukune asked after being informed of what happened. Yokai? Ruby blinked. Yay, we're kind of a mixed group. I am human, Sukune repeated. You already know I am a witch, Yukari added. We're yokai, Omid said, pointing to herself, Kurumu and Ura. Last but not least, I am a Hanyu, Naruto finished, causing shocking Ruby. Stop trying to trick me. There's no way yokai can befriend humans or witches, Ruby said, grabbing the collar of Sukune's shirt, freaking the poor boy out. However, doing this caused the boy to wince as she unintentionally aggravated his shoulder wound. Sukune, are you alright? Omid asked. It's the wound I gave you, right? Why are you treating me like this when I tried to kill you earlier? Ruby asked, confused. Nobody needs a reason to help someone. Besides, I kind of went a little overboard with my attack, Sukune answered. And leaving you in the middle of nowhere unconscious didn't seem like a smart idea, Naruto added. Anyway, we got you some breakfast for when you woke up, Yukari said, handing a tray of food to the older witch, who blinked in bewilderment. She had no idea why these people were being so nice to her. I can't sense any Yuki coming from this Sukune, so he really was telling the truth. He is human. As for Naruto, I can sense some Yuki, but he seems to be able to hide it. If he really is a Hanyu, how can he be accepted by these yokai? Hanyu are seen as disgraces to pure-blooded yokai while being feared by humans, but the yokai here seem to accept him, she thought to herself as she observed the other occupants of the room. So how you been holding up here, Yukari-chan? Naruto asked. I've been doing great, Nisan. I even shopped all by myself today, she said enthusiastically. Good job, Yukari-chan, Sukune praised, Omid nodding in agreement. And to think you were so afraid the other day. Here, I got some stands from one of the market stands, Yukari said, pulling out a bag of groceries. Thank you, Kurumu said, accepting a drink from Yukari. It looks like you are adapting fairly well now, Yukari, Ura observed as she accepted the can of tomato juice handed to her. True, she would have preferred Naruto's blood, but this would do for now. It's all thanks to Naruto-ni and Sukune-kun, Yukari beamed, hugging Sukune and throwing a smile towards Naruto, which he gladly returned. From her bed, Ruby watched with a strange expression on her face. Suddenly she heard her father's voice in her head. Ruby, if one day witches and humans can live together peacefully, wouldn't that be great? Shaking her head to get rid of those thoughts, she looked back at the group. Stop joking around, she said, catching their attention. What was that? Omid asked, tilting her head. I am not going to be fooled. I know how cruel humans can truly be. I don't trust humans and I never will, she shouted as she suddenly jumped out of bed preparing to strike down Sukune. Look out, Sukune! Kurumu shouted, but before anyone can blink, Naruto was by Ruby's side with a firm grip around her wrist. There's no need to start fighting, especially in the house, Naruto chastised. Here you go, Ruby-san, Sukune said, holding up a can of soda. Letting go of her wrist, Naruto watched as Ruby hesitantly took the can out of his hand with a confused expression. I've heard about the witch's ranch and how it's endangered because of the expansion of this city. I can understand why you don't like humans, and as a human I just want to say I am sorry, Sukune said honestly. As for how cruel humans can be, unfortunately I can't deny that. Humans can be cruel and judgmental to things they do not understand, so as a half-human, sorry about what you went through because of that cruelty, Naruto added, with Sukune nodding in agreement. It may mean nothing to you, but we really are sorry. Ruby blinked as she processed what they just said. Shush, shut up. A flustered Ruby shouted, chucking the can of soda at Sukune's head, causing him to fall on his back, clutching the spot where he was hit. Ouch! He groaned. Are you all right, Sukune? Omid asked. You're sorry. Your apologies mean nothing. The humans here have already angered my master. Now they will suffer as my master makes the city they love so much burn to the ground, Ruby said gravely. Master? So I was right, she isn't working alone, Naruto thought while the others gasped at what she said.